Let me share this again and continue further. So I was just saying that if you can keep your inheritance assignment open and also the problem statement, it will help you relate to what I'm trying to say out here. So let's start with the employee class. And this had to be marked abstract because it had an abstract property in there. Now, the abstract property, the syntax just simply said that you don't need to, given the code body there, and what you would have out here would be the abstract keyword while defining the property. Let me close a window because it's taking too much time. Right, so this was your basic salary. The variable for that on line number 56, I marked it as protected. The reason for making it protected is because this needs to be accessed in the derived class. So in the derived class, you have written code which says that, check the value of basic. If it is a certain range, then allow that. Otherwise, don't allow that. If you don't make it protected, other options are if you made it private, it would mean that you'll have to define a variable in every derived class. And we don't want that. Supposing they have got 5 derived classes, 5 times you'll have to declare that variable called basic. So we don't want that. Second thing, if you make it public and you keep it public here and you just keep it available from everywhere, it can be changed directly without using the property. So we don't want that either. So the correct way of doing this would be to declare it only once and to declare it as protected. Okay. Other code was similar out here. Your constructor took in all the values and gave in default values when the value was not passed. Now this line of this dot basic equal to basic, this has to be done in the base class. So if you got your code open, right, one common mistake that people try to do is they try to put in the derived class saying that there's no code in basic out here. So how many of you have put this line in the base class? Can I see a yes out there or put a no out there if you put a no, if you're not put in the base class? The this dot basic equal to basic being done in the base class. Just put in a yes, no out there. So I know how many of you are done it that way, and put in a no if you're not done it that way. Can we all put in a yes or a no? All right. So I'm all seeing all yeses out here, which is good. Anyone with no's who have not done it this way? Again, don't make me repeat this like small kids every time that, hardly 20 people have answered. I want to see what is happening in the class. I want to see the pulse of the class. How long does it take to answer a Y or a N? Or are you not understanding the question? Okay. So all yeses, one no finally. Any other no's? Okay, I'm going to do this from now on. People who have not answered are going to be kicked out of the session. All right. I'm going to do this right now starting from now. Be a little stricter with y'all because y'all don't understand it when y'all are told a nice way. People who have not answered, straight away, if I see that your name is not answered, it means you're not there in the session. It means you've logged in, you have now gone somewhere else. So I'm just going to simply kick these people out. Okay. Malkit, I'll need your help in doing that.
Yes, sir. I'm there.
If you're there, because these people who are not answering are most probably not there in the session. They have kept their cameras off, they have logged in, and they have just, not paying attention to what's happening here. How come now people are answering? Earlier, why didn't they answer? So if people are not responding, they're not interested in this session, we kick them out straight away. Straight away, kick them out. Simple basics I'm asking them. It is not, you said ki sir, mujh pe, gussa hota hai. I'm not angry at you. I'm, obviously angry
No,
at
sir.
those people who are not.
I
Haan,
was I was not talking about you. It's
no, no,
Johnson,
no.
sir. It's Johnson, sir.
Oh, okay. So whatever. Okay, Johnson sir is stricter than I am. But
Yeah.
anyway.
Yes.
So anyway, the point I'm making here is this, that if people are not responding, I don't want them in the session. I don't want to talk to people who are not interested. Okay. They'll fail, whatever. I mean, we leave it to their fates. Okay. So the reason why we have done it here is because, and the reason why this line works is because basic is an abstract property. Another word for abstract in .NET is a pure virtual function. So all abstract methods or abstract properties are actually pure virtual functions. And all pure virtual functions are essentially virtual, which means that late binding happens, which means based on the object that you're creating. Supposing you're creating a manager object, then the code that will be called for this line will automatically be the code for manager. If you're creating a general manager object, then it will automatically call the code for general manager. So this line has to be done in the base class. Even though there is no code out here in the base class. This code is not present in the base class. But what will this line do? Based on which object is being created, it will automatically call the correct code. So this is what I was saying. And these are the couple of things that I'm asking you to make note of. And if you have not done it, then change it later on. One was make it protected. Second thing is setting the property in the base class. All right. Now the interface has been implemented in the base class. There is some default code in the interface. Now there are two ways of doing this. You can either make it virtual and then override it in the derived class, or you can have it as non-virtual and then you will have to hide it in the derived class. I had not told you how to do it either way. My problem statement did not give you an option of saying that, okay, you do it this way or that way. It was left up to you to decide what you want to do. So both options are correct. Those who have made it virtual and then are overriding it is correct. Those who have not made it virtual and are hiding it, that option is also okay. All right. Now this code I borrowed from one of the students actually. So what is he doing out here? He is not making it virtual. All right. In the derived class, you're again, implementing that same function out here, and we'll see the reason behind this, but I'll come back to this in a later point of time. In the in the constructor, you're receiving all the parameters and passing them to their base class. So only the derived class parameters will be, assigned in the derived class. All right. So hopefully all have done it that way. We had discussed this the other day as well. Other properties are similar. While overriding it, each one will have different code out here. And this is what we're doing. If this dot basic equal to value, the variable basic would be available here to the derived class only if it was marked as protected in the base class. So that is what was expected of you. Right? Okay. Again, override the calculate net salary. And what have we done out here with the interface? We are using new for hiding. Even without new, the code would work exactly the same way. All right. General manager, again, similar pattern. What are we doing now? Receiving all the parameters, passing it to its base class, which is manager, passing it to the base class, which is employee. That is what the different constructors had to do. This again, once again, the code is now similar. Once again, what are we doing here? We are writing different code for basic in each of the classes, different code for calculate net salary in each of the classes, different code for your insert, update, and delete for all of the classes. All right. CEO, again on similar lines, right? And one of the things that was required to be done, problem statement was you had to make this calculate net salary a sealed method. So you're sealing it out here. Okay, it can be given in any order, override sealed or sealed override. Both of them are perfectly okay. So this is what we have done. Any questions, anything that you wanted to discuss out here before we go on to the next thing. Anything you're not clear about or you want clarity on, ki, I had done it this way, is this okay, whatever. Yeah, all okay? All everybody has done it this way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now I've seen this other CDAC batches, so I'm pointing it out to you because I think some people may have done it this way. Employee is implementing IDB functions and giving some default code, right? Now this is assuming you're not overriding it, it's giving some default code. And manager again is overriding, again is implementing IDB functions. So some of you will do it without this. Some of you will do it without this. Say that, okay, I will not write IDB functions out here again. So is anyone doing it that way?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes,
so this is
sir.
what I'm asking you. These are the variations I'm asking you. This is what I'm asking you. This is precisely what I'm asking you because I know what you all are doing. And you all are not answering and responding, which is very disappointing. I'm asking you, has anyone done it differently? So your immediate response should be, yes, sir, I have not done it this way. I have done it this other way. And if that point is raised, then I can explain a concept to you. So communication is vital and the key out here. It is not a one-way monologue from me to you. If that was the case, I have done setting sessions before this also with CDAC. Kharghar would just play that session for you. See it at your own convenience. If that's a monologue that you want. Why are we in this session in this manner? Why are we doing it with me doing the same thing? Again, probably previous batch or the batch previous to that, I would have done exactly the same things. So why are you not being shown a recording here? Ki, this is your CDAC course. What is the reason for asking you to log in at this time and see the session live? There is some reason behind everything. No? What is the reason behind that? Yes, what is the reason behind that? Why not just show you a recording? They must be having a recording of mine. What do you think their reason? For interactive learning. So if there's a question asked, you answer the question. If there's a doubt that you have, you get it clarified. You don't just sit like, just sitting there for a movie going on and nothing happening. Other than maybe 10 people interacting with me, majority of you all are not interacting with me. And now how many times to tell you? Now we are on day 5, day 6, I don't know what day we are on. But, it defeats the whole purpose of this training. I can come in, I can, run 20 slides, give you the code and say, okay, that's it, done. I could do that also. We'll finish in time also. We'll finish before time also. So this is what is bothering me. You are just not responsive. And generally the Kharghar and Juhu batch, I've taken online sessions for other batches as well. Generally the Juhu Kharghar batch is a very interactive batch. Is a very, very interactive batch. Here, other than 10 people out here, nobody is doing it. So either A, you have understood everything, and in which case you're geniuses, or B, you're just not interested. Okay. So I was making the point that this here is implemented explicitly. Some of you all, if you have done it without this, apparently the code works. But this is not true. It doesn't work this way. For example, let's say if I have taken a manager out here and I'm doing the same thing for a general manager also, I don't write down that IDB functions. Now it's not giving me compilation errors. But if you try creating an object of that class, right? IDB functions, OIDB equal to new general manager, and you call OIDB.insert. Now the general manager, let's see the insert method, what it shows out there in general manager. right? It says insert method general manager class. That's the message that's coming. And the message in the employee class, what this person has written is delete method in the abstract class. That's the message that he's given there. So when I run this code and I try creating an object of type general manager and I'm trying running this, see the output it gives me, you'll find that it does not give me the output from the general manager class. Instead, it's giving me the output where you have implemented that interface. And where have you implemented the interface? Where have you implemented it? In which
Employee
class?
class.
Employee class. And then you're not implementing it in the other classes. So when you do something like this, IDB functions, OIDB equal to new general manager, you are expecting that it should show you general manager. But it's not doing that. It's showing you the insert method from the abstract class. That is the message that he had given in the employee class. All right. But if I have implemented that interface, so I'll undo that. Right. If you have implemented the interface in the manager and in the general manager class, now if I try running the same code, you will find that it gives it to you correctly. And the output that you are now expecting here is what? The insert method from the general manager class. So it is important that you must implement that interface in every class. Alternatively, if you're not doing that, assuming you're not doing that, then alternatively, if you've done this with virtual methods, that would have also worked. But I've purposely taken up this solution where you're not using a virtual method and you're using hiding. In such a case, then this is the sort of thing that will force you to do that. Are you clear on this? Like, for example, I'll give you one more example here. Let's say, I don't know whether you've noticed this. Let's say I had an array class. Okay, I take you to array. Now, array actually, implements IList. Array implements IList. IList inherits from where?
Collection, sir.
I collection. And I collection inherits from where?
INumerable.
IEnumerable. So if you take the array class, you'll find that they're showing you all three things. They're showing you IList also. They're showing you I collection also, IEnumerable also. So why is that? If you implement IList is all the methods that are coming from the base interface. But when you're giving this, it becomes easy for anybody who's trying to find out whether it implements that or not. So these sort of things, the little things that are shown out here, sometimes you should just be able to read it and imbibe that. In this example, right? In this example, what I did was I declared it of type OIDB out here and allocated for general manager. And if you're not explicitly implemented that interface, it was showing it to you from employee where you had implemented. So if you've not tried out the code, then you will not know what to do. And which is another thing that, I'm not angry at you. I'm just telling you what you'll do. What most of you'll do is when you'll write down the code, you just assume that the code that you've written down is correct. You are not testing your code enough. You are not seeing that code with different possibilities. What if I did this? Then does my code work the way it is expected to work? So that is one aspect that you all don't pay attention to. You assume that I am going to always write, always correct code. But which will not happen. There are, firstly, sometimes you might not, think about the concept and it may not work. Secondly, we are all human. We are all making mistakes. So the only way to know whether you have made a mistake or not is to test it out for both situations. What if you pass a correct value, then the code should work. And what if you pass an incorrect value, then your code should not work. So these are basics of coding. These are absolute basics. So I'm not talking .NET specific. I'm talking about any language, any package you work with. These are absolute basics that you need to try out. I'm sure if you would have tried it out this way, then you would have realized it's not working. You would have then thought about how do I get it to work? But the problem is if you've not tried it out only, you don't know that it doesn't work. Okay. So advice to you, whenever you write code, it's not enough just to write the code. You have to know whether the code works in correct situations and in incorrect situations, both of these. Anyway, so this was your employee inheritance assignment. I'll be sharing this. Anyone has any queries or questions or doubts about this? So let's move on to the next topic at hand. And we had seen yesterday how to work with, delegates, right? We had seen different examples with delegates. So I'm going to actually, have a slightly different discussion at this point. I'm not done with delegates. We get to see, places where delegates would be used. And the next few examples are going to illustrate that. But before I go there, I want to talk about, some sort of code that we are writing out here. And I've been telling you right from, day one or day two, whenever we had a talk about it, that when you're writing code, there are actually three people involved out here. So who are the three people involved out here while you're working with the code? First person here, I'm calling it as the developer, right? And the developer is responsible for creating a class. So he's the one who creates a class, right? And once he creates a class, right, there is somebody else who's creating an object of the class, whom I'm calling as the user. Now, the user is also a programmer, but his job is maybe typically in main, for example, right, to create an object of that class. Okay, this is the code that he's writing to create an object. And the third person out here is, of course, when you're running the code, is the end user. The end user is the one who's, sort of seeing the output, seeing, putting in input values, so on and so forth. So there are three entities involved out here. Now, when y'all are coding, y'all always think about, oh, I just have to get the job done. It doesn't matter where I write the code. So that is not correct. That sort of approach is not correct. Let me ask you a question. I think I know the answer to what you're going to tell me, but let me ask you a question again. Are you all doing this? Okay. Just a quick yes. No, you don't have to give the answer in the chat window. You can just simply call out the answer. Are you all doing this? I am creating two different classes. I'm creating a class called class 1, and I'm creating another class called program where there is a main. And in the main, I'm creating an object of type class 1. This is what I'm doing. Now, I don't know whether you all are following this. Are you all writing the main in class 1 only? Are you all doing that? Is anyone doing that? That writing the main in class 1 only. It works, but are you all doing that? Is
Yes,
anyone
sir.
doing? All right. So if someone is doing that, syntactically, there is no problem with it. But conceptually, you're doing the wrong thing. Why are you doing the wrong thing? Because here, you are again assuming that the developer and the user is the same person. So you're creating the class. When you're creating the class, you're the developer. Now, where are you using the class? You're writing the code in the main. Now, always think that these are going to be two different people. So the user of your class is not going to have your source code always. He may only have the compiled code out here. So how can he go inside the class and write a main? Can he do that? Here it's possible because you're the same person. But always this is not going to be the case. So your main code should always be written in a different class. Should never be written in the same class that you're writing your, the developer section of the code in. Especially when you're in the learning mode. More especially when you're in the learning mode. Because it screws up your concepts. It totally messes up your concepts. No, I don't blame you also. I don't blame you also. Because you may have been shown this in this particular way. So if you're following it because somebody else has shown it to you in this way, then please change that. Because it messes up your concepts. And you need to learn these concepts well in this phase. After you learn the topic, you're experienced programmers, then you know what is happening. And you know clearly, okay, this is section is the developer section, this section is the user section. Then if you go ahead and do that, then I'm okay with it. Because then you are confident about what you're doing, you know what you're doing. But when you're in the learning phase, you can't be doing that. So if you are doing that so far, then please change this from now on. Do not write that main function in the same class that you're creating an object of. So what I'm trying to say is that you write a main here itself. Supposing you write a main in here, and in here, what are you doing? You're creating an object of type class 1. Right? If you're writing code like this, then please stop doing it. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. So anyway, coming back to our situation. So we are having one person who's the developer, one person who's the user, and then the end user. Now I'll just take up some sample code that we wrote on day 1, where we created a property. And you had that, private variable, and then you had the public property. So I'm just focusing on the public property. All right, and your property would look something like this. I don't know what was the font size. It suddenly got changed. And this is the property that we were writing out there. So in the get, you just did a return so-and-so. I'm not focused on the get. I'm more focused on the code in the set. And which code was something like this. If value, if value less than 100, then what are we doing in this case? If it is a valid value, what are we doing then? The variable prop1 is equal to value. In the else, what were we doing? In the else, what were we doing?
For the time being, CW.
Correct. We were doing a console.writeLine, and we were putting in a invalid so-and-so. Invalid prop1, whatever the message that you are putting it out there. So this is what we had done. And I was, even at that time, I told you that don't, write down this line, because this is something that is not logically correct. So let's discuss now, why is this not logically correct? What is the problem in this line of code? Okay. Now, first thing is, let's take it one step further. And let's say in the main, now you're creating an object of this class. Class 1, O is equal to new class 1. And you are accepting a value from the user. So class 1, O is equal to new class 1. And somewhere later in your code, you're saying O dot prop1 is equal to console.readline with whatever conversions also that you need to do with the in.parse. I'm not writing all of that code. Let's assume this is the code that you're writing. Okay. So now remember that these are two different people doing this thing. User is somebody else. Okay, let's assume for a minute that I am the developer. Me, Vikram, I am the developer, and all of y'all are the users of my class. So what are you doing in your code? You're creating an object of my class. Now, when you're doing this, you in turn are accepting a value from the end user. So you're asking the end user with the console.readline to enter a value, and then you're sending it to my prop1 code to validate the value. That is what is actually happening out here. Now, what if the end user enters a wrong value here? In the console.readline, he enters a wrong value. Let's say he enters a value more than 100. What will happen now in the code? It will go into this code which says console.writeLine prop1. Who's seeing this message? Who gets to see this message? Where is this message
End
going
user.
to? End user.
End
It's
user.
going to the console app out here. So it's going inside this console app here. And the end user is the one who's getting to see the message. Now, which means the developer is directly talking to the end user. And in this particular situation here, he's not letting the user know that something has happened. Whom is he telling directly that to the invalid value? He's telling the end user. Now, which is like saying that I'm creating a class, I'm giving it to you to use, you're using my class, something goes wrong. I don't tell you only that there's something wrong out there. I'm directly going and telling whom? the end user, Gary, something has gone wrong. But you are blissfully unaware of what has happened in this situation. Now, shouldn't you also come to know, the user, shouldn't he also come to know that something has happened out here? Right?
Yes.
And based on that, you, the user, might want to do different things. If values are valid, you might want to do some code. But if values are invalid, then you might want to do some other code. Now, how can I decide for you what to do? What am I doing right now? I'm deciding for you. I'm telling you what, I'm going to just give a message to the end user. And that's it. End of the story. You will not even come to know about it. So this statement is not syntactically incorrect. But there's a lot of wrong things that are happening here. It is logically wrong. Because the developer is talking to whom? Talking to whom right now? Directly?
End user.
End user.
End user.
End user.
Okay. Now I'll give you another situation. What if, for example, let's say now I'm seeing, 4 different names out here. Let's say Sheetal, Pradnya, Jay, and Rohan. These are the 4 names that I see out here. All 4 are using my class. Sheetal says, I want to use it in the console app. All right. Pradnya says, I don't want to use your class in the console app. I want to use it in a desktop application. Jay says, I want to use it in a web application. And Rohan says, I want to use your class in the web API. Now, for all 4 of them, what am I saying right now? I'm saying console.writeLine. So what am I assuming now? What am I assuming right now? The developer, what am I assuming when I'm saying console.writeLine?
So we have the option to display.
That it is a console application and I have to display that on the screen. But I just gave you the example that all 4 of you might be using it in different types of applications. So the way in which that message is going out would be different for each of you. Now, do I know what type of application you're using? No, I don't. I've given you a simple class and you're using my class in different places. So I cannot pre-decide that, oh, it is going to always be used in this type of application. So there are 2 things that are going wrong out here. What are the 2 things? First thing is the developer is directly talking to the end user. First thing that's going wrong. And what is happening? Why is it wrong? Because the user doesn't come to know only. Imagine your class, you're writing that program and you don't even come to know that something has gone wrong in your program. All right. Second problem is what? I don't know as a developer what type of application my class may be used in. It will be used in different situations. And whoever are the users will like to handle that situation differently. Therefore, what conclusion can we derive from this? What conclusion can we derive from this?
So CW, the option of the CW shouldn't be exercised.
Basically, the developer should not communicate with the end user. He should only communicate with whom? What should be the correct way of doing things? Developer should let the user know that something has happened. And the user will then decide what is to be done with the end user. That is the type of, mechanism that should happen out here. Right now, you're skipping it in the current code. So any sort of messages that are meant for the end user should not be displayed in the developer section of your code. Okay. Now the question comes up, okay, we will not talk to the end user directly, but now how will you talk to the user? Because the user is not seeing your code running, he's not seeing the output. So I can't be doing console.writeLine for the user. So I have now to inform the user. Now, to inform the user that something has happened, to notify him that something has happened, there are 2 major ways that you will use. The first way is if you want to inform him in a critical manner. Now, what do I mean by critical manner? Critical manner means I am forcing him to take some action. something that has drastically gone wrong, and I want him to be informed about it, but not just informed about it. I want him to take corrective action. So if there is something critically wrong, then you would throw an exception. If in your code, if there's something critically wrong and you want to force the user to take action on it, then how will you inform him? You will do so by throwing an exception. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, that is one way. That is one way that you are already aware of. You already know this mechanism. You would have seen it before in C++ or in Java or in even JavaScript or other places where an exception is being thrown. Are you clear on this, everybody? First way. When would this be used? When would this be used? When you want to inform him in a critical way. There's something gone wrong in your system, and then you want him to force him to take some action, force him to correct it, and then only the program should carry on. Now, if you throw an exception and if the user does not take any corrective action, does not handle that exception, what happens then? If you're throwing an exception and the user is not handling it, then your program terminates.
Abrupt exit.
Yes, abrupt exit. Absolutely right. Okay. So that is what would happen out here. Are you getting it? First possibility, developer informs the user in a very critical way. Okay. The second way that you would use is if you just want to inform him that something has happened in the system. You just want to inform him that, yes, this is what has gone wrong or not gone wrong. You just want to tell him something. It need not be if it has gone wrong. You're informing him, you're notifying him. If that is the case, then you will raise an event. The term used is raise an event. So what is an event out here? An event is a notification. It's just information that's going to the user. Something like this has happened. All right? Something like this happened. Now, whether you want to take action on or not is up to you. Are you clear on this? You don't force the user to take any action. You're informing him and your job is done. Now, whether the user wants to do something with it or not is his lookout. Are you clear on this?
Yes, sir.
That's why I'm calling
Yes.
it as a non-critical way of informing him. Just notifying him, just informing him, but not forcing him to take any action. Right? For example, right at the start of the session, now there are more people now, I can announce it. I announced that when the session started at 2 o'clock, there were only 140 people inside. So what I've announced, all those who came in late, is that from the next session onwards, if you're not in at that given time, you will not be allowed in the session. Critical. Very critical. I am informed you now. This is a very critical message. What am I informing you? If you're not in at the session start time, then you're not going to be allowed in the session, not just for that session, but for the remaining module. Is that critical, non-critical? Critical enough for you?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So everybody please take note. I am throwing an exception. Throwing an exception to you coming late. Coming late exception. I am not joking. I've given this in this example, but I am not joking. I've announced it to Malki that tomorrow we don't have a session on Saturday, but we have a session on Sunday at 9 o'clock. If people are not in at 9 dot, you're not allowed in for the remaining .NET module. I am very clear about it. Either you will attend or I will attend. One of the two. Unless you have a genuine problem, in which case you have to beforehand inform, not afterwards. Beforehand, before the session starts, you have to inform. Ki I may not be able to attend due to this reason. Critical enough for you, hopefully.
Yes, sir.
Non-critical. Non-critical. After our session gets over, right? Every day in the evening after a session gets over, please try and work on it on that day itself. Please do the lab session on that day itself, because you may not get enough time in the lab the next day before our next session starts. I'm informing you. I'm notifying you. Now, some people might decide to take action. Some people may not decide to take action. But I'm not forcing you to do something. You understand the difference between a critical message and a notification. Notification was just telling you, whatever I'm telling you, please, you know what, after your session ends at 8 o'clock. Now, tomorrow you won't have the problem. Tomorrow you have a holiday, so you'll have enough time to try out this code. But supposing you had a session tomorrow again at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, then the time between 9 to 1 is not enough to try out all the examples. So please try and work on it today itself. So these are the two ways of informing the developer, informing the user that something has happened. Critical by throwing an exception, non-critical by raising an event. So we're going to look at both of these right now. The good news for you is that the exception handling code you have seen before. A lot of the code is concepts, syntax is similar to what you've done before. There might be minor changes. So focus on the minor changes that are there. Okay. All right. I am closing this. I am not saving it, but this is the thing that we're going to try out next. So while I was waiting for you to finish joining in all that, I had that inheritance assignment which I have not coded here. I'll add the code for that. I thought I'll copy paste the code and make changes here. I didn't do that. All right. So I'll just remove this from the project. And let me add a new project. Okay, in fact, I don't even need to do it from here. I can actually, I have a ready code. I'm going to be opening that code and I will show it to you, because a lot of this is, something that you've tried before. So I don't need to really try out this in detail. We're going to try working with exceptions first. Now there are going to be two sections out here. The first section would be from the user perspective. We're going to be, instead of first looking at the developer perspective, we're going to first look at the user perspective. What if you're creating an object of some class and what if some exceptions can happen? Then how do you handle the exceptions? That is the first part we're going to be looking at. Okay. I have a class created out here which just has one property in here, public class one, which has one property in here. And this property, I'm not putting any validations. I'm just accepting it as is in this example. Later, we will put in some validations here, but for now, we are not putting any validations. So this is the class that I'm using, has one property. And then this is the code that I've written down in main to run this code. So have a look at this code and just take a minute to read through the code to understand what is happening there. Now, I'm also telling you that when you run this code, you're likely to get exceptions. So can you identify what the exception? One second, my phone is ringing. Can you identify what the exceptions could be? I'm giving you 30 seconds to think about what the exception could be. Tell me the line number and where that exception could be. Just look at the code. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Yeah. Any suggestions?
So null pointer exception at line number 10.
Before, okay, line number 10, because it is null and you're trying to access it, it's going to give you an error out here. So that's one. Before line number 10, any other possible exception that could occur? That is correct. The answer is correct.
Line
Input pass
number
through the
Divide
console.
by zero exception.
Okay, which is again on line number 10.
So
If
line
x
number
is 0,
9 can
what could go
potentially give you
wrong?
an error. Sir, we can just press enter without giving any value, or I can write
Correct.
string.
So if I don't enter a
Format
valid
exception.
number, then while converting it, it could give you an error.
Error.
So let's run this code and just, simulate those exceptions. So right now, I don't have any exception handling code. I have not given this. I might have more than one main. Right? So I don't have any exception handling code. And let me try entering a non-number. So when I enter a non-number and I press enter, it throws an exception, system.format exception. Now it tells you some information here. This input string, whatever, was not in a correct format. All right. Let's try the other exceptions that are occurring. So if I enter that correctly, somebody mentioned that what if you enter a 0, then what could happen? Here in this case, a divide by 0 exception occurred, right? And the third possibility that was mentioned first, what if I enter a value correctly and then I have purposely made it equal to null? So what's happening here is it's giving you a null reference exception. OBJ is currently null. So these are the three exceptions that could have occurred on that particular line. Let's see what happens in this case. What exactly is happening out here? Now, all those classes that you saw out here, one of the classes that you saw was divide by 0 exception. Right? Then the other class that you saw here was null reference exception. And the third one that you saw here was a format exception. Now, all these classes, directly or indirectly, inherit from the exception class. So the exception class is the base class of all exceptions. The hierarchy is as follows. Under the exception class, you have two other classes. A class called system exception and a class called application exception. Now the system exception class is used as the base class of all exceptions thrown by .NET classes. So all internal .NET classes are all inheriting from system exception. And application exception is kept reserved for any custom exception classes that you are creating. So whatever custom classes that you are creating, it is suggested that you should inherit from application exception. On the other hand, inbuilt .NET exceptions are inheriting from system exception. Now, these classes that you see are all inheriting from there. The divide by 0 actually inherits from another exception class called arithmetic exception. All right. So the actual hierarchy is divide by 0 inherits from arithmetic exception, which inherits from system exception. Null reference exception also inherits from system exception, and format exception also inherits from system exception. Right? So these are the classes that we saw out here. Now, when an exception occurred, right, what exactly is happening out here? What is the, output that is being shown to you? You'll find that it is, let's run this. If you're running it in debug mode, right? So when you're running it, don't run it with Control F5, run it with F5. When you're running it in debug mode, and if something like this goes wrong, it tells you what exception occurred, the error message that you get out there. And if you go into the view details, it shows you more properties about that particular exception. So I'm going to go into view details and there are certain properties shown out here. I'll put that into notepad so you can read them better. One of the properties there was the message property. And right. So this was the message that was being shown to you. The input string so-and-so was not in the correct format. And that message property was of type string. Now, where is this message property been defined? It has been defined in your base class, in your exception class. So all the other classes that come under exception will have this message property. All right. Just like message, there are some other properties which might be of use to you. One is the source. Source is the name of the assembly where that exception occurred. So where is the exception occurring in which assembly? In core lib. All right. That's the one where it's happening. Then you have target site. Target site is the name of the function where the exception was raised. So what is the name of the function where the exception was called? Void throw format exception. That was the function name where the exception was called from. Now we have not called throw format exception in our code. Nowhere have we called it. Right? Nowhere have we called it. So how did we get that throw format exception? How did it call that throw format exception? To show you that, you have something called as stack trace. And stack trace should be used to tell you what were the functions on the stack when the exception occurred. Like for example, now this will go backwards. We called main. Main was the first function that got called. From main, we called convert.toInt32. So inside main, we went and called convert.toInt32. And convert.toInt32 internally went and called throw format exception. So this information about stack trace would be useful to help you locate where exactly you called the code and which function finally gave that exception. For example, let's say if you call function 1, 1 calls 2, 2 calls 3, 3 calls 4, 4 calls 5, and the exception occurs in 5. So you will know that the exception occurred in function 5 because the stack trace will show you all the functions out there. Okay. So all this is useful when you're debugging your code to find out why the exception occurred. One more property, and I'm going to ask you to explain this to me. There's something called inner exception, which currently is null. But we had seen this inner exception earlier before. I had told you then that I'm going to be referring to it later. So does anyone remember where this inner exception occurred?
While sorting.
Correct. Well done. So when you're sorting the array, it was giving you two exceptions. The outer exception was failed to compare two elements in the array. And the inner exception was that this class does not implement iComparable. So what was the inner exception giving you? It was giving you additional details about why the exception occurred. For example, let's say you're trying to insert a value into the database and the insert fails. So the outer exception might be a database exception. But the inner exception will tell you why it failed. So what could be the reason? Maybe there's a primary key violation. Maybe there's a foreign key violation. So that would give you the inner exception, more details about that exception. Now the inner exception also is of type exception only. You see this? Inner exception is of what type? Exception. So what will be the properties of the inner exception? Again, the same properties. Inner exception again will have a message, will have a source, target site, stack trace. You might have a situation where the inner exception also has an inner exception. So you can get more details about it from inner exception. In this example, inner exception is giving you null. That means what? It's not giving you any further details. All right. But in certain other cases, it may be giving you those details. All right. So this is what we're doing out here. Clear on this? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let me stop running my program. I'm still in the break mode. Okay. Acha, in the exception settings, no? In the exception settings, there might be a setting out here which says that always break when this exception is thrown. Always break when this exception is thrown. And if that happens, then it would mean that even when you're running the code and even if you've got some exception handling code, it will still pause and show you which line gave you an exception. And then you can continue further from there. I'll show you what I mean by that. But there was in the exception settings, that option was there. Now this code will crash. Right now I'm running it in the development mode. So it showed me the line and all of that. But if I was running it directly, let's say for example, I was doing Control F5 without debugging and I gave a wrong value. What is happening now? Directly the program is crashing. So if you see this, the program is ended. It doesn't allow you to continue further. Okay. What if you don't want that program to end? In such a case, what you will be doing is you'll be putting in a try-catch block. Now, the simplest form of the try-catch block would be in this manner. Whatever code is likely to cause the exception, you put into a try. And if an exception occurs, you put that into the catch. Okay. How would this code run? Supposing the exception occurred on line 21, right? Supposing it occurred on line 21. From line 21, it will directly go to the catch, execute the code in your catch, and then come onto the code after this whole code is there. If you have other lines after this, those lines will not be executed. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes.
If no other exceptions occurred, supposing this code ran correctly without any exceptions, it'll complete the code in the try, not go into the catch, and go into the code after try. So these are the possible things that might occur out here. Okay. So I'm not running the code. When you're running the code, let's run it quickly. Let's run it. Let's put in an exception. What will happen now? Supposing I enter a wrong value, what's going to happen now? Where will it jump to?
Catch block and last,
Cache block,
It
sir.
goes into the catch block,
Catch block.
and then
last block.
and then the code after that try will also be run. Okay, this line of no exceptions didn't run. Now, irrespective of whichever exception occurred, whether the format exception occurred or a divide by zero exception occurred or the null reference exception occurred, all right, irrespective of what happens, it goes into the same catch block. Okay, let's run it once with no exceptions. I've commented that line which says obj equal to null. So if I give a valid value, then it says no exceptions and then the code after try. It's not going into the catch then. Now, the problem with this type of code is that you cannot write different code for different exceptions. If you like to write different exception handling code, if different exceptions occur, you can't do that here because the catch block is the same for all exceptions that are occurring. So if you wanted to write different code for different catch blocks, then you can do it in this manner. I'm writing multiple catch blocks out here. And if, let's look at this code out here. If let's say a format exception occurred. Now, how will it go into the code? What will be the jump out here? If let's say you don't enter a valid value. From this line, it will try to go to divide by zero exception. Now, can it be caught by divide by zero exception? Answer is no. So it goes to the next one. It checks for null reference. Can it go into that one? No again. It'll then try the format exception. Can it go into that? Yes.
Yes, sir.
And now it will execute the code in this, finish the code in this, and then come to the code after try. So it goes sequentially from top to bottom while checking each of these. What if, for example, a divide by zero exception occurred? From here, it will jump into this block. It will catch it here. Once it catches it here, it executes this block. It will now not come and check the other blocks and jump to the code directly after try. Okay, I'm going a little quick with this because you already know this. So if you're unsure about something that I'm saying, or if you're not clear about a concept, then pause me or ask me a question. Slow me down by asking me a question. Otherwise, I'm going to go at a little quicker speed only. So this is how you can write, multiple catch blocks. What if no exceptions occurred? What will happen then? What will happen then? Which catch block will it go to if there were no exceptions?
None, sir.
None of
none.
them.
None.
And it will go to the code after try. What if an exception occurred here? Let's say a format exception occurred here, but I had not written a catch block for it. What if I have not written a catch block for it? What will happen then?
Abrupt ending, sir.
Yeah, the
Unhandled
program will
exception.
crash.
Crash.
This is an unhandled exception again. So it's not just enough to write a try catch block, but you need to also catch all the possible exceptions. If you don't catch one of the exceptions, the program abruptly terminates. Right? So I'll leave it back to the way it was earlier. You'll try out all this when you're in the lab. All right. Now, while catching an exception, have a look at this. Now, the divide by zero exception can be caught with the catch block with divide by zero exception. So this is your divide by zero exception. But it can also be caught by the base class. So which means you can also catch it with arithmetic exception or with system exception. And if you're catching it with that, then the code, it will go into this code as well. So if I try out divide by zero, if I try any of these three, it will work. And let's try entering this value as 0. Currently, I'm catching it as divide by zero exception. So when I run this code and I enter a 0, it says divide by zero exception occurred and code after try. But it would run into the same block even if I caught it with arithmetic exception. And again, entering 0, it gives you exactly the same output as before. Right? Divide by zero exception occurred and code after try. Or I could also catch it with system exception, because that is the base class of arithmetic exception. And that also would be called out here. Or I could also catch it with exception. Now, exception will catch all the possible exceptions. So I've not written that code there, I've written it separately. Let's try the same thing with one of the earlier ones. What are the base class of format exception?
System exception.
System exception. So instead of catching the format exception with format exception, what if I try catching it with system exception? The moment I try to do that, these other code blocks are giving an error because system exception happens to be the base class also of null reference exception and of divide by zero exception. I mean, divide by zero, arithmetic, and then system. So if you are catching system.exception here, then it will not go and catch the other exceptions that are derived classes of that. For example, if a null reference exception occurred, this exception will also be caught here itself. So it cannot reach this code block. And this gives you a compilation error because this is unreachable code. Same way, if a divide by zero exception occurred, while catching it, it goes from top to bottom, it will catch it here itself. And if it's catching it here, then you don't have a situation where it will go into this code. So while catching exceptions, the thumb rule is, the basic rule is that the base class exceptions have always to be caught after the base class exception has to be caught after the derived class exceptions. The derived class exceptions have to be caught first. So for example, here, format exception, null exception first, and then I can catch system exception, and that would work fine. And that way, using this technique, you can also catch all unhandled exception with exception, because this happens to be the base class of all your exception classes. And this is how it would work. So if it's none of the exceptions are being caught, none of the code blocks are catching your exception, then this code block will surely catch that. Now, once that exception is being caught here, how do I know details about this? EX dot will give you all the properties that we talked about. So things like message, stack trace, things like target site, right? All of these details will be source. All of these will be given out here. Are we clear on this, everybody? Are we clear on how the
Yes, sir.
derived classes can be used. A concept that you have done before.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Again, ask me questions to slow me down if you're not sure about something. I don't mind doing it slower, but you have to take the onus and ask me a question. If you're not clear about these concepts from earlier languages, then ask me a question. All right. You also have a finally block. Now, the code in finally will run in all situations. What are the situations it will run in? What are the possible situations it will run in?
If
First,
The error
except
occur or not. It
exception
is going
occurred,
to
then
happen.
okay, let's start
Exception.
with what if there were no exceptions? Let's start with that. Then it still
Mhm.
goes into the try block, completes the code in the try block, and then jumps into the finally block.
finally block.
Finally.
Okay, so first possibility, even if the exception doesn't occur. Second possibility, the exception occurs and is handled. So let's say you go into the catch block. So it'll go into the catch block, finish that catch block, and it'll then run the code in the finally. And the third possibility is exception occurs and is not handled. Meaning what? Your exceptions occurred, but if you're not caught it, then also the code in finally will run. So let's try these things. If I try running it first with no exceptions, all right? Let's try with no exception. I'll enter valid values and let's see what happens. All right. So I enter a valid value. Let's say I enter 10. So your no exceptions, and then the code in finally ran, and then the code after try also ran. So what is this after try? This is the code given right at the end. Okay, this also ran. Secondly, let's try if an exception occurs and is handled. So I have a divide by 0 exception. Let's handle that. Let's run this. Let's enter a 0. Exception occurred. It was handled. Then wrote code in the finally, and then the code after try. And the other possibilities, I'm going to now comment out this. I'm going to comment out this code so that I'm not handling the exception. All right. And let's try running the code now. And now if a divide by 0 exception occurred, right? It shows you the line that the exception occurs. I press F5, it continues with the program execution. And if you go back and see this code, you'll find that the code for finally has also run. All right. So the program ended, but it also ran the code for finally. This is for unhandled exceptions. Are we clear on this?
Yes, sir.
So typically, what sort of code do you write in finally? You write what we call as cleanup code, which should happen at the end of your code, whether an exception occurred, didn't occur, was handled, not handled, it doesn't matter. Cleanup code can be written in finally. Typically, the example that I give is, let's say, for example, you have opened a file and then you're doing some operations with the file. Now your program gives you an error. Now, whether your code has worked or not, at the end of it, what should you do? Close that file that you opened. Or if you open a database connection and then you're trying to insert a record maybe. Now, whether the insert worked or not, what should your code do now? At the end of your, whether the insert worked or not, you should still go and close the connection that you opened. So such sort of cleanup code would typically go into finally. All right. Now, I don't know if you noticed when I ran this code, right? When I ran this code, the code after finally didn't run. Let me run this again. And if an exception occurred and was not handled, the program, see, this is what I meant. You know, if you go into the exception settings, right? Into the exception settings here, you'll find that, okay, it's not showing you this, but anyway, there was a checkbox there which said that always break when this is shown. And I press F5 again. And if you come and see your code out here, right, you'll notice that the code after finally has not run. You see this? There was some code that was there after finally. What was that code? This line of code.
Try.
So when would this code after finally not run? See, we said that if an error occurs and is handled, finally will run. But this after try was also working, was also running. If the no exceptions occurred, code, which was the finally code that ran, but after try was also running. So when will after try not run? If there was an exception that occurred and was not handled, then that after try will not work, but your code in finally will work. So which is why you generally put your code into a finally. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. There is one more situation where this after finally will not run. Supposing you're returning a value from a function. So look at this code. If I'm trying out a try and I got a return statement. So if there are no exceptions, I'm returning 1. If there was different exceptions, I'm returning different values based on that. All right. Now, if I have a finally, that code in finally will also run. So when you hit return, supposing I said return 1, at this point, what does return do? What does return do?
Return
Return one.
only one, sir.
But what will it do with the function? The function terminates. It doesn't carry on with the execution further. The return statement in the function, what will it do? It returns a value, yes. But does the function go on to the next line?
No, sir. No. No, sir.
So it's terminating the function. But before terminating the function, the code that you have in finally will run. All right. The code that you have in finally will definitely run. And then it will return the value from that function. But the code that you have written after finally, this code will not run. So these are the two situations when code after finally does not run. What are the two situations?
When exception occur and not handled.
Correct.
Second one is when we are returning any value
in a function.
and
With a
in a
return
function.
statement. With a return statement in the function. So your code in finally will run. Before returning it, the code in finally runs, but after finally does not. Interview question. All right. Explain how exception handling works. Why would you write a finally? Now they will show you a code snippet. They'll say there's a code after finally also. Now this code also is running. So why would you write code in finally then? I can write code after finally also. So these sort of questions they will, ask you. 100% they will ask you on exception handling. Any code that you write, you need to know how to handle exceptions. All right. Now, these are not topics that you will learn because you have to learn it for an exam. This has to be known. There's no alternative. Right? Okay. So what we did here was we wrote code from whose perspective? Did we write code from the developer's perspective or did we write it from the user's perspective?
User
perspective.
User's perspective. We are still doing this for a user. We have not yet seen the code for a developer. We'll see all of that as well. Okay, there's one more thing I want to show you here, which is very simple actually, where you can have nested tries. Now, what a nested try simply says is that you can have a try within another try, or a try within a catch, or a try within a finally. And each of these has their own set of catch and finally. So each try that you have, if you have a try and then you have another try inside that somewhere, each try has its own catches, each try has its own finalies. So take a minute to read through this code. I want to ask you a couple of questions based on that. So read through this code starting here. See what I'm doing. Right. So there's a try that I've written. This try has some catches. And inside one of the catches, I've written another try. And that inner try also has what? Its own set of catches. And both the tries have their own finally, own copy of finally, own version of finally. All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first thing is, if I write this code and if there were no exceptions, if line number 188 happened, try happened, no exceptions, goes to line 188, where will it jump to next?
Finally.
It will jump to the outer
Finally.
finally here. This outer finally here. Okay, if there were no exceptions out there. All right. Now, what if there was an exception on this line? What if there was a format exception? Where will it jump to first?
First catch, sir.
Try box. Dash
It will go into the
Format.
first catch, which is catching format exception. Now, what am I doing in here? What am I allowing him to do? What am I allowing him to do?
Re-enter the value.
Yes,
Correct.
sir.
I'm allowing him to enter the values one more time, giving him one more chance to enter the values. Now, there are two possibilities. What if he enters it correctly? If he enters it correctly, then the catches will not happen here. It goes into this finally. So finally for this try. But this code was called from the outer finally, and it will also go into the code in the outer finally. So that's how this code would work. All right. So if error here, no error here, it goes into this finally and then goes into the outer finally. All right, let's try the other possibility. What if there was an exception that occurred? Again, let's say format exception. And while accepting the values, it gave you an exception one more time. One more exception occurred a second time. So what will happen now here in this case? Where will it jump to now? Supposing this line gave an exception. It will jump into the catch,
Catch.
perform the catch out here, perform the finally for this try, and then come back and complete the finally for the outer try. So that's how it would work. Again, I expect you to know these concepts from previous technologies, but if you don't know, please try them out. So you have to try out this code, test it out thoroughly. Put in firstly no exception, see what happens. Then exception, no exception, see what happens. Exception, exception, see what happens. All of this you have to try it. Okay. All right. Any questions, any doubts with exception handling so far? So the next section we're going to be looking at is what we need to do at the developer end. And at the developer end, we'll have to, write code to do the opposite of catch. Here we are trying to catch it. All right. India is playing England right now. I hope if India is bowling, I don't know. I have not seen the score. Maybe some of you are following it also. If India is bowling and if there's a catch coming your way, I hope the fielders catch it. So what is the opposite of catch? If somebody is trying to catch something, then what do you have to do? You have to throw it.
No, sir.
So,
And that is what we're going to be doing at the developer end. The only thing is that this code that I'm showing you, now this code is okay. This was already in a finished format. But the other code that I want to show you is already in a finished format. And I don't want to show you the finished code. I want to start off from a blank this thing. And I want you all to tell me what is happening and why it's happening. And we will work with that code. So I'm going to take 2-3 minutes to just set up my code for this next example. You all can take a quick 5-minute, stretching break. I'm going to be working in that 5 minutes, but 5 minutes stretching break. You want to have a quick washroom break, water break, whatever. I will take 5 minutes to set up my example. That gives you enough time to just stretch out. All right. See you in 5 minutes. I'm not disconnecting. I'm still here. I'm going to be working, but I'm not going to be showing you that because I don't want you to see the finished product. User section of the code. I'm going to ask you to jump into the code for the developer. And that's where you're creating the class. And this is how you're typically written this property out here all along. If value is valid, then put into the variable. Otherwise, display an error message. So first thing that you need to do here is make sure that you don't write this line of code ever again in your life. All right. If it's not valid, if the data is not valid, give me a console.write line. Don't ever write this code ever again. Now that we know how exceptions work. Instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create an object of the exception class and throw that exception. So to create an object of the exception class, I could do this as exception EX is equal to new exception and throw EX. So I'm actually throwing this exception out here. Okay. This. Okay. So I already, if an exception was thrown, I was in this part. If it was invalid, I'm throwing an exception. If an exception was thrown, I already written the code in here and I'm catching it here as exception EX. And I'm displaying that exception message out here. So if I'm trying to run this code, let's see how it works. What is the output here? If I give a invalid value, and the invalid value that I'm setting on is on line number 11, where I'm giving a value of more than 100, right? If I give an invalid value here, 200, and I press enter, this is the default message that is being shown to me. What is the default message that is being shown to me? What does it say? Exception of type, and then whatever the class name. So in this case, you're throwing an object of type exception. So exception of type system.exception was thrown. That is the default message that you're getting out there. Now, I don't want that message. So what do I want to do here instead? I'd like to give my own custom message. When you're creating an object of that class, there's an overload out here, which takes the message as a parameter. And what does this overload do? Whatever value that you're passing is being passed to your message property of your exception class. So here is where I'm passing invalid, whatever, P1. Right? And when I run this now, instead of showing that default message that you saw earlier, which said exception of type system.exception was thrown, instead of doing that, now what would be the difference here? How would it work differently? You get to see your own exception message. All right. All right. Now, these two lines, of course, I have purposely written them in separate lines to show you what's happening. But can you combine them into one single line? Can you combine them into a single line? What would you do out here? Throw new exception and call the constructor with passing whatever the message out here. If you're giving the answer in the chat window, I'm not opening the chat window. It takes me a while to do that. But if this is what you're suggesting, then that is what I was looking out for. And this is the same code as before. What it's doing simply is just combining the two lines into a single line. Invalid P1. All right. Now, the problem with this sort of code is that when you are trying to catch the exception, it's going to be caught with the exception block. And now the exception block will be catching not just your exception, but all other unhandled exceptions will be caught here. So it will be very difficult to distinguish between which exceptions are happening. If you wanted to write different code for different exceptions, then it becomes very difficult to catch that and display different messages accordingly. Now, if you take the employee class had 4 different properties. So assuming this was name, what I want to do instead was, instead of throwing this, I want to throw something like this. If this was the name thing, I want to throw invalid name exception. Right? That's what I want to do. Or if this property was the basic, then instead of saying throw new exception, I want to say invalid basic exception. If it was the employee number, I want to throw what? Invalid employee number exception or invalid department number exception. So I want to throw different exceptions based on different properties that are there. The advantage of doing this while catching it here, how will you catch it now here as? Supposing you have thrown them differently in this manner, how will you catch them here now? Supposing you're throwing invalid name exception. What will you catch it here as, again as? Instead of exception, invalid name exception. Similarly, invalid basic exception. So you can have different codes for different, types of exceptions. And that will give you custom code for each different exception that is happening. But that obviously is not working here. Now here, obviously, I don't want to do invalid name exception. I'd like to throw invalid. What do I want to throw here in this case? What is my property called? P1. So I want to throw an invalid P1 exception. Right? Invalid P1 exception. Right? Now the problem is I don't have an invalid P1 exception. So therefore it's giving me an error. So what would you need to do? What would you suggest that I do so that this code works? Throw new invalid P1 exception.
Create a class.
Create a class.
Create a class called invalid P1 exception that inherits from exception class either directly or indirectly. So let's try creating this public class invalid P1 exception. And this class needs to inherit either directly or indirectly from the exception class. So let's start off with this. I might want to change this a little later. And if I did this now, this line works. And we can also now catch it as invalid P1 exception. And when I run this now, you can catch it in this block. So let's see this again. Given 200 and it goes into this. But the problem again is now it is showing you that same default message. Exception of type, exception handling 2 dot invalid P1 exception was thrown. So I don't want this. I want my own message to be thrown here. My own code to be thrown here. My own default message to be shown here. And I want to show it as invalid P1. This one. I want to show this. This is currently not working. What do you need to do to get this to work?
Parameterize constructor.
You need to write a constructor because here you're calling a constructor while creating an object. You need to create a constructor which takes a string parameter. So let's go back and do this. CTOR. And this would now have a string message. Right? String message. And this code now would work. So now if I try passing this, and I'm passing it as invalid P1 exception, it is now calling this constructor, then going into the catch code and showing you your message. What message are we going to get out there? What message are we going to get out there?
Invalid P1.
Invalid P1. So when you run this code now, if you give an invalid value, you get to see your message. So the message that is being shown to you is invalid P1.
No.
We have to create message field.
So it is not showing it to you. It is still showing you the default value. So the problem here is that when you create your constructor, you're receiving this parameter, but you need to initialize the message property of your base class. This message property is already there in your exception class. So you need to initialize that. And I could do that with this dot message is equal to message. I could do that. And I'm initializing the message property of the base class. But if I try doing that, it's giving me an error. So what is it? The reason for the error? It's saying that the message property cannot be assigned to because it is read-only. So if this line was allowed, then this should have worked fine. But obviously this line is not allowed because the message property has been defined as read-only in the base class. Now, what is the other way that you have seen where you receive your values into your derived class, but you initialize the base class members? What is the other technique that you have just seen or which you know of?
Calling base class constructor.
Correct. So remember the logic that you use. The derived class will receive all the parameters. But whatever properties are there in the base class, the derived class must pass them to the base class. And to do that, that's precisely what we're doing here. We're saying colon base of message. And this is now calling the base class constructor, which takes a message as a parameter. And that constructor is initializing the message property of the exception class. And now I should get to see what I'm doing. So now I receive it in my class and I pass it to the base class, and the base class is initializing that property. And now I get to see that invalid key. So this is what you need to do. All right. Are we clear on this, everybody? Why base of message? Because you're passing it to your base class constructor. All right. Instead of doing this, could I have done like this? Console.writeLine message. Will this code also work? Will this code also work? Console.writeLine message. I can do it this way also. Agree?
So it's at capital M, is it calling the same lowercase m message?
Sorry. Well spotted. Should this work?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to take a quick poll from you all. How many of you all are saying yes? Yeah, this is also correct. This is also correct.
But this will run, but also.
No, yeah, just yes, no, right. Just yes, no, right.
Yes, sir.
This is also correct. Right. Yeah, I might have missed it, but I don't think anybody has said no. Has anyone said no? I don't think anybody has said no. So I'm saying no. Why am I saying no?
Sir, it won't be shown in the stack trace also. It would be behaving like a display only.
We started off our discussion by saying that when you're writing the developer section of the code, the developer should never talk to the end user. We started off our discussion with that. And we said syntactically it may be correct, but logically it is wrong. Now what am I doing? I'm going back to the same thing. Then why do all of this? This message I could have put here only, na? Console.writeLine, whatever. We had initially got it working that way only. So you're all, that's what my problem with you all is. You all are just not thinking like a developer and a user. In your mind, what? Is it working? Is it doing what I want it to do? That's not how you think. So my problem with you since day one is how you all are thinking. Syntax can be corrected, but changing the way in which you think, that is a big problem. This is not just wrong. This is drastically wrong on different levels. On multiple different levels, it's wrong. Are you clear on this, everybody? So don't fall back into that same style of coding. Always when you're coding, every line of code that you're coding, think about this. Am I doing this as a developer or am I doing this as a user? Think about this. And not just here in my .NET module. I am not telling you only in a .NET module. I'm asking you to think about this on any line of code that you are coding. You have to think, am I the developer or am I the user at this point of time? Because you're going to be doing both things. All right. So why is this wrong? First thing again, how do I know what type of application you're using? What if you're using a web API? Then will this line console.writeLine be a valid line? Obviously not. What if I am doing this, right? Is the message property of the base class being changed? Are we changing the message property of the base class by doing this? No, we're just
No.
displaying the message here. So it's wrong on multiple levels, not just one level. Are we clear on this, everybody? So don't do it this way. Would this code have been okay if it was allowed? This dot message is equal to message. If it was allowed, would this code have been okay?
No, sir.
Why not?
Sir, then anyone can change the message inside the base class.
So that's okay, na? I mean, if I have to change the value in the base class, that's what I want to do. That's what I'm doing when I'm saying colon base of message. So if this was allowed, then this would have been okay. Because what are we doing? We are receiving the message and then we are changing it. But what would be a better way of doing it? You pass it to your base class and let the base class do it. So this will not be again wrong, but it won't be as wrong as the console.writeLine that you are giving. There would be a better way of doing it. Better way is what? Don't write code in your derived class. Derived class passes values to the base class. Now, right now, this is not working only. Why? Because they have said this is read only. So you don't have an option. But if you had written code like this would not have been wrong. But a better way would be to pass it in the base class. So this is the way in which you would be doing that. Now, you've probably done this in Java as well. I'm sure you've done it in Java. Right? So, I've been telling you that after I discuss the concept, think back about what you did there. And those of you who have not understood it there, and if you're understanding it here, then this same funda is applicable there as well. So especially the core Java part. Advanced Java will be totally different. But the core Java part, there will be a lot of fundas that I'm doing out here, which will be similar. And if it's different, I'll tell you. But for the benefit of those who are not very confident in C++, not very confident in Java, these sessions are a recap and, concepts will be clear. Anyway, so this is what we have done. I'm going to improve on this even more. If you remember what we did about this, we said that there is a class created called application exception. And what is the purpose of this class application exception?
Custom exception.
Custom exceptions should inherit from here. So
Yes.
we have right now inherited from exception. Instead of inheriting from exception, the suggested option is to inherit from application exception. So we inherit from there. We pass our base class now is application exception. We pass our message to that, and the application exception will pass it to the base class, which is exception. So this is like a general manager employee type of situation. General manager is passing it to manager. Manager will pass it to employee. That is the type of situation this is. All right. Now, what is the advantage of writing code like this? Now, if you write code like this, you can have, pretty sort of, I would say, categorize exception handling. So see what I've done out here. So I will catch all my invalid P1 exception, all the other exceptions, I'll catch them individually. But after catching this, now see what I've done. I've caught a application exception, I've caught a system exception. So what will happen now? All user-defined exceptions that have not been handled will be caught out here. And you can have common code for all user-defined exceptions. Similarly, all system exception will catch what? All .NET exceptions that have not been handled before. Remember, all your .NET base classes inherit from system exception. So those will catch it there. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
And what about this now? What about the last block? Now, wouldn't everybody be taken care of? System exception, application exceptions, handling everything. Agree? But what if there are some classes which are directly inheriting from exception? What if somebody is not inheriting from application exception? Then the last block will catch all possible exceptions that have not been handled. But you can write customized exception handling code for each of this if you're given a proper hierarchy. Right? All right. So this is the section from the developer side of the code. What you do for exception handling from the developer's perspective. Earlier, we had seen from a user's perspective. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Good.
To do. Go back to your day one assignment where you had created the employee class. You had those 4 properties and a constructor in the day one assignment. Make a copy of that code, and instead of the console.writeLines, throw exceptions and also handle the exceptions. So what will you do now? The same code that you had on day one. Make a copy of that code. Don't change that original assignment. Make a copy of that code. And wherever you have that console.writeLine, in the properties we had that. Keep valid accept else console.writeLine. That console.writeLine will now be replaced with different exceptions that you have. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this is how you can work with exceptions in .NET. Exceptions will be used, exception handling code will be used in all code that you're writing. Possibility of exceptions happen. We have seen the critical part. We've seen how you can, throw an exception, and that's the critical way of handling this. When we come back from the break, we look at the non-critical way, which is by raising an event. All right. But you can take a half-an-hour break. All right. You can have a break for a cup of tea or whatever else. It's just past 4. I'll start off the session at 4:35. Okay. So see you then. Let me share my screen, and we're going to look at the other aspect that we had, which is rather than informing the user through a critical way, we're going to inform him through a non-critical way using an event. Okay. Now, events typically, as I said, are just notifications. When you inform the person that something has happened, you're not forcing him to take any action on that. Okay. Now, you would have been exposed to events in other places. I mean, not in .NET, of course, but typically wherever you have a UI, you have different events that are happening. All right. Like, for example, if you had a button, there is a click event that happens for a button. So when the click event happens, you can then write down code to say that what should happen when the button is clicked. So events can be used in any place, but typically you use a lot of events when you're working with any UI type of thing. So to help you understand the events and how events are working here, I'm going to be doing something which CDAC has told me not to do. CDAC says that we don't have to take up any desktop-based applications out here. And we are not going to do that. We're not going to do that in detail. But to understand what is happening, it will make a lot of sense if you're doing it with a desktop application. So my purpose of a desktop application is just a simple hello world application, just to show you this whole, chain of events and how exactly this whole thing is working. To do that, I'm going to be adding a, different type of project. And the type of project that I'm adding here is not going to be a console app. I'm going to go into desktop-based applications, and I have a Windows Forms app. All right. Now, firstly, I don't expect you all to do the same thing when you're in the lab. This is not for you all to repeat, not for you all to do. This is just for you all to understand how events work. All right. So even if you don't do this, I'm okay with this. So just focus right now on what we are doing out here. When we create a Windows Forms app, all right, the things are going to be slightly different in terms of how you're creating your objects. You, instead of writing code to create them, we're going to drag and drop them and create a application out here. Okay. So let me get that for you. Okay, it's just loading that. It's loading a UI. And still taking a lot of time. There it is, finally. So this is a Windows Forms application. Again, as I said, when I'm creating an object out here, instead of writing some code, I'm going to be dragging and dropping stuff out here. So I'm just taking a simple button out here. Okay. Now I gave you an example of an event which was a click event for a button. So whenever the user clicks on the button, the code that you want can be written. Can you give me any other examples of events? You would have worked with these in other technologies. So any other event that you would have seen?
Hours, sir, or typing.
Right. Okay. So maybe like a key press or a key down on a particular text box, for example. Right. Or the mouse events. You move your mouse from one place to the other and you're informed about it that something has happened with the mouse. So these are different events that might be occurring. Now, in here, we're going to write code for this. We're going to do a simple hello world thing. And to look at the different events out here, okay, you can right click on this. And if you look at the properties, it shows you the different properties of this button. Now, among the properties out here, first thing is you have the name of the button. So the button here is called button 1. And if you look on the top here, it shows you the different events for that button. What are possible events that could occur for that button? So this is what you're looking at right now, the properties, but I could go to the events, and one of the events there shown there is the click event. Now, the most commonly used event, I can actually just, either you can double click on this click event here, you can do that. Or even if you don't do it from there, if you double click on the button itself, when you're right now in the design mode, it generates the code for you. Okay. Now, what all has it done for you? Let's see what code it has generated for you. So when I dragged and dropped that button onto the form, that button that I dragged and dropped, this button here, is an object of the class button. This button 1 here, there's an existing class called button, and I'm creating an object of that class button. So at this point, when I'm doing this, am I the developer or am I the user? I'm dragging and dropping a button. I'm creating one button out here, one object of the button class I'm creating.
Users,
So
sir.
am I?
User.
Correct. Correct. So right now I'm doing the job of the user. And when you're doing this, Visual Studio is also generating some code for you. Like for example, what code has it generated? I have not written this code, but it has generated some code. It has created button 1, which is of type button. So the existing class called button. All right. And I am writing some code in the button 1 click now. So this would happen whenever the user clicks on the button. And I'm going to put a simple message box dot show, right? Event fired, or let's say click event fired, right? This is what is happening. I've written the code out here. Okay. And when I run the code, what is running here is the form is running and there's one object of the class button has been created, which is shown to the end user. So right now, whatever I'm going to be doing, the end user is going to be doing. And, the end user would be responsible for performing some actions where everything, all the fun starts. So let's see what happens when I click on the button. I click on the button and the display problem here is taking time. Okay. So click event fired. So it showed me a message box to that event. Clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Understood? All right. Now let's try and understand behind the scene what exactly is happening. What is the whole, scenario that's happening here? And to help you understand this, I'm going to be showing you some of my fantastic drawing skills. Right? So you're now going to watch Picasso at work, painting a wonderful canvas in paintbrush. And once again, there are three people involved here. Who are the three people involved here? First person is the developer. Second one is the user.
User.
And the third one is the end user.
And
End user.
All right. All right. So let's see what each one has to do. This is the job of the user and this is the job of the end user. Now, who was the developer in this example?
we are the
Who was the developer in this example?
User.
User.
No, we were the user. We were the user. I'm saying who was the developer?
The one that created class button, sir.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. So the person who created the class button. So somewhere there has been a class called button has been created, right? And there is some code in this class button. Now, what code would be there in the class button? In the class button, there is an event that has been declared. Okay. Now, I'm not going to go into the code. This is pseudocode. This is just to help you understand what is happening here. But somewhere there is an event here called click. This has been declared here. Okay. This is not code. This is pseudocode. And the user, right? The user is creating an object of the class button. How is he doing that? He's dragging and dropping a button and creating this button out here. And this button here, in our case was showing us button 1 and we had written some code for that button. The first thing is this was button 1. This is what is shown at the user end. And when you dragged and dropped that button, what happened here was somewhere for you, Visual Studio created an object of the class button. So it did this code, button 1 is equal to new button. Remember this code? I showed you this code. This is what was generated for you. We didn't write this code, but this was what was generated. We did write down some other code. What code did we write down? We wrote down code for button click. So we wrote down this button click code and ignore the other parameters there. So somewhere in there, we wrote this button click code. Okay, I think when I do a copy paste, that's when the font changes. I won't do a copy paste. And void button 1 underscore click. This is what he has written. He's written a function here in which he is writing whatever he wants to do. Like, for example, in this case, he wants to do what? Message box.show button clicked. So message box.show whatever the code out here. Clicked. This is what he has done. Okay. Now, what is happening here is when you run the form, the end user gets to see this form out here. This is now the part after you run it, the end user sees the form. He sees the button that is on that. Right? He sees the button on that. And what he does is he actually moves his mouse pointer on that button. Right, so that's your mouse pointer. And this mouse pointer, of course, is being controlled by the mouse. And he goes and clicks on the button. He presses his finger there. And at this point, the button is clicked. Now, when the button gets clicked, the first person who comes to know about this is the developer. So the developer has written some code out here which says that if the button is clicked, right? If the button is clicked, he's written some code here which says raise the click event. Right? Obviously, this is in pseudocode format. This is not C# code. Raise the click event. And when you call raise the click event, when this line of code is written, it goes and calls this code out here, the button one click, which has been written by the user. So as soon as the end user clicks on this, developer is first informed about it, knows about it first. He says, okay, if the button has been clicked, then what do? Raise the click event. And at this point of time, this code of yours is called. This is the whole sequence that currently happened. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Okay. Now, when you say raise the click event, it is actually going and calling this function. It's calling that button one click function. So this is like doing button one underscore click. This is like calling that function button one underscore click. All right. And at this point of time, what is happening is this code of yours is getting called. Okay. So this is what is happening. Okay. Now let's reevaluate the whole thing. Let's try and understand the whole thing. Who is the developer here? Who's the developer here?
Creator of button class.
Creator.
Okay. So who has created the button class? Correct answer. Who has created the button class?
Microsoft.
Developer.
Who's the developer? Listen to me. Who's the developer? Creator of the button class. Who has created the button class? Developer.
The particular application.
So who has written this button class is my question. Don't tell me developer.
Microsoft.
Microsoft, sir.
You know, Microsoft is a company. So somebody sitting in Microsoft would have done it. Right? Whoever. Mr. John Smith, let's say. Mr. John Smith, he's the one who has done that. I'm just giving some random name. Okay. Now, in all probability, it will be some Indian only.
Right, sir.
Okay. Most probably, it will be some Indian only. Whoever. I don't know. I don't know who it is. Some name I'll take. X name. Okay. I don't know. I don't know if it's this guy or not. I'm just taking some name. Whatever. Let's say Ravi Rangarajan. Okay. So, Mr. Ravi Rangarajan has created this button class. All right. Who's the user right now? In this example, who's the user?
We are, sir.
We are the
We are.
We all are. We all are. Right? So I'll just, just take Rohan's name, let's say. Let's assume Rohan was currently he was the user. Now, obviously, substitute Rohan with your names for yourself. Why should Rohan write your code? So for yourself, think about your names. But for the sake of our example here, Rohan is the user out here. Okay. Rohan, just a little bit, I know I've been mentioning you quite frequently. Rohan is a good example to follow. So I don't know a lot about you. Rohan, how old are you?
Sir, I'm 28, sir.
28 years old. All right. Let's go back to the developer. Who was the developer in this example?
Muthu Swami.
Ravi Rangan.
Ravi. Let's call him Ravi. Let's call him Ravi. Okay. Ravi Rangarajan. I just gave some random name. So Ravi was the developer. When has Ravi written his code? When has Ravi written his code?
When you want it.
No, when did he write the code? I'm asking you on what date did he write this code?
We don't know.
For.
We can't know.
Okay, so let me tell you that the button class has been around since version 1 of the framework and not much has changed since then. Version 1 of the framework was released in 2002. Right? Now, the betas for that were available a couple of years before that. So around the year 2000, the betas started coming on. Ravi must have probably started writing that code of the button class maybe 2-3 years before that. So in the year, I don't know, 97, 98, he must have written the code. Okay. So now think about this. Ravi has written this code in 1997. Let's just take that year as the time when he's written it. Rohan has written the code when? When has Rohan written this code?
Today.
Just now.
Now.
Just now, today.
Now.
Correct. So think about it now this way, that Ravi is actually calling Rohan's code. Ravi is actually doing what? That line, that blue box that you see there. When he's saying raise the click event, he's actually going and calling Rohan's code. Now, remember, Ravi has written the code in 1997. And I believe that might have been the year when Rohan was born, or maybe 1 or 2 years here and there.
Exact
Rohan
same.
97 born. What date? What was the birth date?
16th of April, sir.
16th of April. So if Ravi wrote the code on 1st of January 1997, where was Rohan at that time? Not on this earth at all. He was being still conceived. Yes? All right. Now, how would Ravi know that, you know what? 3 months later, Rohan is going to be born. Then Rohan will start going to school. He'll finish his schooling. He'll join some college, finish his college. Finish college, maybe for a few years after his college, do some other things. And about 5-6 years after he's finished his college, he joins CDAC. And on 20th of June, 2025, he will write a function. And now I have to call that function. How the hell would Ravi know all this? He had to be Nostradamus to know all this. Right? He would have to predict the future. Na? How can he possibly know? So is there any way in which Ravi could have called Rohan's code? Directly called Rohan's code? Correct. He could not have directly called Rohan's code, because at the time when Ravi wrote his code, forget about Rohan's code, Rohan also was not there. Right? Rohan's code is a far-fetched thing. Are you clear on this? So
Yes.
how is this working? How is this working? How is Ravi calling Rohan's code, which Rohan is writing much later? And the answer is using delegates. So whenever you're working with events, events are based on delegates. And we said that, when we did delegates, there will be situations that will come up where you cannot call the code directly. Where you cannot call the code directly. But to call the code, you'll have to call it in an indirect way using delegates. Now, this is one such place where you would be doing this, using events. Because somebody is writing some code earlier and somebody is writing some code later, the two have to be connected. And to do that, you're going to use delegates. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
All right. So let's try and understand what Ravi would have to do. First thing is what Ravi needs to do. In his class, what does he need to do? And secondly, what do we have to also understand? What do we have to also understand? what does Rohan need to do? Two things that need to be done so that now both of them can talk to each other. All right. By the way, where is Ravi today?
Here am I, sir.
Sorry,
Yes, sir. I'm here.
not this Ravi. Our Ravi from Microsoft.
Oh,
Ravi
He's lying.
Rangarajan, where is he?
okay. Sir, he must be retired, sir, till now.
He
Yeah,
has
most,
a couple of Rohans of his own, sir.
yeah, possibly. Maybe those Rohans have their own Rohan. Okay. Okay. So Ravi is probably retired. So where is Ravi right now? He's probably sitting on some beach somewhere. All right. He's made his money. He's worked hard. He's retired. He's made his money. He's probably sitting on some beach somewhere, right?
Thailand.
Having, I don't know where. Maybe having I don't know,
Coconut
something
water.
we'll call it coconut water. We'll call it coconut water. He's having coconut water in his hand and watching the waves
Beautiful beach.
go by. Right? That's what Ravi is currently doing.
Yes, sir,
Okay.
right.
Not this Ravi. This Ravi has a long way to go. So this Ravi, don't close your eyes and imagine all that. Okay. Eventually, yes, but not right now at the moment. Right now, the priorities are different. So let's see what the developer needed to do. So the developer needs to start with creating a delegate class. All right. So the developer is creating a delegate class having the same signature as the event handling function. What is the event handling function that we are writing here in this example? What is the name of the function that we are writing here in this example? Button1 underscore
Button
click.
one.
Click.
Yes.
That is your event handling function. So you'll have to start off with having a delegate that matches that signature. All right. Now, while naming this, okay, we'll not name it right now. Let's not name it right now. Let me just give in something that is easy to understand. So help me create a delegate class here. Public delegate, right? Let's say void del1, right? This is your delegate class. Okay, that's the first thing that he is doing. The second thing that he is doing is he's declaring the event. Now, while declaring the event is actually a delegate reference. What is the event actually? Internally, what is the event? It's a delegate reference. All right. But the way in which we are declaring it, the syntax is slightly different, and we'll see why it does that. So right now, let's not get bothered about the minute details. Let's have an overall picture and then we'll jump into the minute details. So what does this guy need to do out here? He needs to create a delegate reference. And that delegate reference, we are calling it as what? As the event. Now to do that, you help me with the code. Help me with the code. What will I do? Assuming the delegate was called del1. What? Help me create a reference of that type.
Del1
Carry on.
space
Sorry.
object.
The font keeps changing font. I don't want like this, but anyway. So del1 and now the name of that reference is the name of the event. All right. So the event is actually what is a delegate reference, but we're going to also give it a keyword called event. We're going to also give it a keyword called event. And why we give the keyword event, we'll see a little later. At this point, I'm not telling you this, but even if you don't give the keyword event, it works. If you give the keyword event, it does something extra. So that's the first thing that we have done. What have we declared click as? It's the delegate reference. So first step for him, declare the delegate. Second step, declare the delegate reference. The delegate reference is actually your event. And the third step, instead of calling that function directly, this is a direct call. So you want to do this. Instead, what will you do?
Click equals button1 click, sir.
No, that is later. At this point, he cannot do that. Why can't he do that, Rohan? You should know why he can't do that. Why can't he do that? What you suggested.
Because button one click doesn't
One
exist.
underscore click hasn't been formed yet.
Not this click has not been formed. Rohan has not yet been formed.
Right, sir.
It's even deeper. So you cannot be now at this point calling that code. So he will just say, I'm going to call click. He is saying, I'm only going to call click. All right. I am not in any way knowing at this point of time what that function is. He just calls this. So he does three things. He declares a delegate, right? Creates a delegate class. He declares a delegate reference. And third thing is he calls it with the delegate reference. At this point, when he has written the code, what is it pointing to? What is click pointing to at this point of time, right now, on the day that he has written the code?
Click method, sir.
No. On the day when he wrote the code, this was 1997, 1st January. What is it pointing to right now?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Rohan, you are the one who should understand this first. Not only is your code not there, you are also not there. Okay? So nowhere on the horizon is that other code still written down. So he cannot refer to that anywhere. So what is that click currently pointing to? Absolutely nothing. Okay? Now at this point, Ravi's job is done. Ravi can, pack his bag and leave. And Ravi is now right now somewhere else, as we all discussed where he is. Okay? Now let's fast forward to whatever, 27, 28 years later. Now enters Rohan. Rohan is now all grown up. Rohan is ready to write his code, right? So Rohan comes in here and Rohan does what? He first creates, an object of the class button. He does this. He also writes down this button click, right? Now he's done all of this. But now one important thing is pending. The important thing that is pending is saying that if the click event is raised, if the click event is called, if that click function is called, then somehow that click has to be linked to button1_click. And this is Rohan's job. This is Rohan's job. What does he have to do? He has to associate this click with the function that he is writing down. Now, where is this click? This is part of the class button. Rohan has created a object of the class button here. So what Rohan will do now is this button1_click. Button1_click. That click is an delegate reference in that object. Plus equal to button1_click. Right? Button1_click plus equal to button1_click. Let's try and understand what each of these are. Firstly, button1. Button1 is what? Button1 is what? The name of your object out here, or reference out here, which is pointing to the button object. What is click out there? The click inside this button1 is what you're referring to. And pointing to what? Pointing to what? Pointing to what?
Button1_click
Button
method.
Function.
And what is button1_click? The name of the function that you have written down. This is like saying obj_del. This is like saying obj_del plus equal to display. It is like saying obj_del plus equal to display. Are we clear on this, everybody? Now, why plus equal to and not equal to, we'll see a little later when we're doing the code. Okay? Understood? So
Yes, sir.
this line on the right hand side in the middle section in red, this is doing the linking. This is doing the linking. When the developer wrote his code, he had not known about the existence of your code. So when you write your code, after you write your code, you say, okay, his delegate reference now should point to my code. So who's responsible for doing the linking now? It's not the developer. Who is it? It is the user.
User.
All of us, when we are writing our code. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes. Yes.
All right. So which means now, after this line of code has run, at this point, what is click pointing to? What is this click pointing to out here? What is this click pointing to? What is
Button
this
one
click point-
underscore.
Button one
Function
underscore click.
button one underscore click.
Button one.
Perfect. And that is what is allowing you to call them. Are you getting this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is how events are going to be used. And, to support events, you need to use delegates. This is one place where delegates have to be used. You don't have an option of doing that. So the function to be called is going to be decided later, much later. That's why an indirect call using delegates. Okay. So we're going to now try the same thing in code unless there are any questions. If you're unsure about any particular concept, ask me now, because then once I go into the code, then I'm going to ask you to help me with the code. All right. So then let's go ahead with the code. Let's see how this is working. Let me add another project. Okay. Before I do that, I just want to show you this. I'll be closing this shortly. Before I do that, somewhere in here, they have also done that. Somewhere in here, they have also done that. Okay. This is the code that was generated for you. We have not written this code, but somewhere in there, that line they have also written. And that is how the magic is happening. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm going to close this form. I don't need this form. This form was just for explanation purposes. I don't plan to write any code in there. Let me add a new project. And this project now is going to be a console app. And we're going to call it event handling. Okay. All right. Okay. Now, while this project loads, I want to ask you one more thing. Supposing you're trying to set a property. You're saying object.property equal to value. And if the value that is being set there is not correct, is an incorrect value, is invalid. And now you want to inform the user that something has happened. And if you're using a property and data has not come in correctly, should you throw an exception or should you raise an event? If the data that has come in is not valid, should you inform your user by throwing an exception or raising an event? What would you think is the right way of doing it?
Event, sir.
Message.
Wrong answer.
Sir, exception.
Wrong answer. Exception.
So
If your data is not valid, that is the most crucial thing that can go wrong in your application. Your entire programming life, what are you going to be trying to do? You're going to try to ensure that the data that's coming in, that data should be valid. So if data is not valid, you should scream and shout. This data is not valid. Unless you correct that and give me the correct data, I will not let you carry on. That is what you should be doing. So if data is not valid, scream and shout. Don't let him carry on till he is given it correctly. Now, in such a case, if the property didn't have correct data, I should always be throwing an exception, right? But in this training example, just to keep things simple, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the same example where I threw an exception, and instead of throwing an exception, I will raise an event. All right. But I will never suggest to you to raise an event if your data is not valid. Okay. But just so that you can compare the two and see, okay, acha, here we raised an exception. We threw an exception. Now what are we doing? We are raising an event. Just to do that, I'm going to have that same code out here. And this is my class where I will be raising an event. 1 second. My power was off. I had forgotten about that. And the battery is very low. Okay, so this code all goes away. And if your data is not valid, right now, what are we going to do? We're going to raise an event. Okay. Ideally, should this be what you should do? Absolutely not. But just to keep things simple, I'm doing this. So help me with this code now. This is whose job now? Class creation is whose job?
Developer, sir.
Developer.
Okay. So what would the developer need to do? First thing is, look at the thing and tell me what will he need to do? First step on the top. First step on the top. What will he need to do here?
Need to create a
Delegate.
delegate
We have to
class.
create a delegate.
Correct. So he needs to declare a delegate class. So step 1, declare or create a delegate class having the same signature as the event handling function. All right. Okay. Now I can do this without naming conventions, or I can do this with naming conventions. What would you prefer? I can do the same example without naming conventions. You know, call it A, B, C, D, X, Y, Z, whatever, or I can use naming conventions. What would you prefer?
Naming
Naming convention.
Naming
Alright.
convention.
So now listen to the naming convention. If your event is called X, then your delegate will be called X event handler. If your event is called X, the delegate will be called as X event handler. So I'm going to call my event as invalid P1. Why invalid P1? Because this event I'm going to raise when P1 is invalid. So if my event is called invalid P1, my delegate would be called as invalid P1 event handler. All right. That's the naming convention that you use. So I would say public. Now here, what have I called it in this example when I explained it to you? What did I call it here? I called it what out here? What was the name? Del1.
Delegate.
So it will work. Del1 will also work. But instead of Del1, you have told me now. I am not saying this. You all have told me that what? No. Please use naming conventions. So what will my delegate be called now here? Invalid P1 event handler. So public delegate void invalid P1 event handler. And this doesn't have any parameters to begin. All right. That's the first one. After creating the delegate, what is the second step that we did here?
Created the
Second step.
delegate class.
Created the event, which is a delegate reference. So step 2, declare the event of the delegate type, right? And what have I also said? Event is a delegate reference, right? So help me declare the event of the delegate type. Public, carry on, look at this. Public, what will this now
Public
be?
event.
Public
Event.
invalid.
Invalid P1 event handler and invalid P1. Instead of del1, what have we called it? We have called it invalid P1 event handler.
Event handler.
Who asked to give such a big name? Who asked to give such a big name?
We only.
You only. So don't tell me, sir, code is looking like that. I was calling it del1 only. You all said, no. Use naming conventions. I want to call it del1, keep it simple. You said, no. Okay, no, because you use it. Public event, invalid P1 event handler, and the name of the event, I'm calling it as what? Invalid P1. Right? This is what I have done. Okay. Once you have declared the event, the third step, which is what he's doing here. What is he doing in the third step here? He's simply raising the event. How does he raise the event? How does he raise the event? By calling the delegate reference.
Call with the delegate.
Right? Okay. So step 3, wherever you want to. Now we are doing it here when it's not valid. That's when we're doing it. Step 3, raise the event using the delegate reference. And to do that, now look here for a minute, please. Can I ask everybody to look at the screen? The name of the event was invalid P1. So do you see invalid P1, how they have shown it with the help of what? What are the icon that they have shown out there?
Thunderbolt, sir.
Yeah, but okay.
Event है, event है.
Event you
Yeah.
showed, sir.
So, but look at the symbol. That's like a
Question
lightning
mark.
bolt,
Lightning.
right? Lightning bolt out there. Okay. And wherever you see this lightning bolt, all right, don't think of Thor or Odin or whatever. Think about events. So wherever you see that lightning sign, you know that that's an event. Okay. So invalid P1, that's what you're doing. You're raising the event. At this point of time, the developer's job is done. He's done. He doesn't have to do anything more. All right. So now where is Ravi? Ravi has gone long back. Ravi has written this code long back. Ravi is gone now. Now enters a hero. Rohan enters the scene. So what will Rohan need to do? What will Rohan need to do? Rohan will have to now create an object of that class and write down the code. So let's look at what Rohan needed to do. First thing is he creates an object of that class. So help me with creating an object of that class. This is in the other code, in the developer part of, in the user part of the code. Help me. Class 1, obj class 1 is equal to new class.
Class 1.
Then the second thing he has to do is he has to write that function. He has to write that function, right? So when he's writing the function, he'll come in here and static void. The again, naming conventions are name of the object underscore name of the event. What is the name of the object that he's created here? Obj class
OBJ
1.
class 1.
And what is the event that he was writing code for? Name of the event was
Invalid.
invalid P1. Does it have to be given this name? Do you have to call it this? Do you have to call the function this? Yes, no. Do we have to call it? Does it have to be called by this name? No.
No, sir.
This is the naming convention. You could call it X, Y, Z, which is what I wanted to do. But you said no. Now stick with your naming conventions. All right. So obj class 1 underscore invalid P1. And this is where now whatever Rohan wanted to write, he will do. When that event occurs, whatever he wants to do. All right. This is what Rohan is doing. This is the code that he is writing. All right. Okay. Now, how does Rohan associate that event, the event handling function with the actual event that is occurring? That's the line that he is writing. What is he doing? Object dot event plus equal to the function name that you want. That is what Rohan is doing. So in our example here, what would that translate to? Help me with the code, please.
OBJ class.
OBJ.
OBJ
class
1
1.
Dot.
Now you need to use the events. How do you identify the events? How do you identify the events?
Invalid
How do you know
P1.
what the events are?
Invalid P1.
Thunderbolt.
How do you identify?
Lightning sign. Lightning sign.
symbol. It will
Symbol.
show you all the events out there. I told you, remember the symbols. Symbols, Visual Studio will give you more information than I can ever give you. So dot invalid P1 plus equal to, and we'll see y plus equal to the name of the function that he wants to call. So here we want to call what? Obj class 1 underscore invalid P1. Now this is the line that is linking the two. This says that if that event invalid one happens for this object, it should go and call this code. All right. All right.
Yes.
So what are we doing here? Linking the event with the event handling function. If the event obj class 1 dot invalid P1 occurs, call what? call this function. So this is what this line is doing. Okay. All right. Now, when does that event fire off? What code is firing off that event? When would this condition be reached? When would this condition be reached?
Invalid value of P1.
So what is the invalid value of P1 that we're looking at?
Value greater
Value greater than the
Greater
or
than
equal to
100 or greater than 100.
100.
100 or greater than 100. So what I will do is I will set obj class 1 dot P1 is equal to 10. Is equal to 10. I will set it to 10. What will happen if I set it to 10? Will the event fire off now?
No, sir.
Oh, sir.
No, the event
No.
will not fire. Event will not fire off. So let's run this first. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Event didn't get fired off. When it was, the value was 10. It didn't fire off because the event will fire off only when what? Only when what?
Greater than equal to
Greater than
100.
Greater than the 100.
Right. So let's make it greater than 100. Let's make it 101. And at this point of time, when you set a wrong value, it goes into this part of the code. It goes into the else part of the code where you're raising that event. When you raise that event, it will say that whatever invalid P1 is pointing to, that function will get called. All right. And let's try that. So now you'll find that the event is handled here. Are you clear on this, everybody? Now, while you are
Yes,
trying
sir.
it out, when you are trying it out, instead of hard coding the value here, you can accept it from the user, from the end user. You can do a console.read line to accept from the end user. And if he enters a valid value, nothing will happen. But if he enters the invalid value, what will happen now? Your event will fire off. And whatever code you want to write in that case will be shown out there. Okay. This is the whole flow of events. This is how events work. Questions, if any? Anything that you're not clear about? Yes? Understood this, everybody?
Plus,
Yes, sir.
Okay. No questions?
sir, why plus equal to
I'll tell you
number?
that. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that. There are a lot of other things. Why event also? Why the word event also? Because what is that event? Event is actually what? Delegate reference. Yes or no? So I'll tell you. Give me some time to explain that. Okay? All right. Any other questions regarding this? Syntax we will see. Why a particular syntax in a certain way, we'll see that. But I'm talking more about the whole flow. Have you all understood the whole flow? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if you all have understood everything, I want to ask you a small question. Right? Should I make it a little simpler or no? Should I make it a little simpler or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'll do it
Yes,
only if
sir.
you insist. Only if you want to. Otherwise, if you don't want to, I'm okay with it. We can leave it at this. You understood this, then I don't need to do anything else. But if you want to make it simpler, let me try to make it simpler for you. I will comment out this code. This is the code that I had first written down. Okay. Now, what if I was the user? All right. Static void main. What if I was the user? What if I had to do this? Now, it might be difficult to remember all the things that are happening here. I wanted to remember only few things. Just remember the few things. First thing is, of course, what you need to do. First, very simple. Create an object of that class. So that's not going to change. What is the class that we are creating here? Class 1. So
Class
create an
1.
object of that. Create an object of that class. Easy to remember. Create an object class. We have been doing this right from day 1. Equal to new class 1. All right. Second thing that you will do here is you want to now add that event handler. You want to add that function and do the association. Now let's see how Visual Studio helps you. All right, now you need to look carefully. Don't look at me, look at what the code is doing. Look carefully, because I'm going to show you how Visual Studio will help you generate this code. So all that I want you to remember is object.event. Remember what? Object.event. What is the object here in this example? What is
OBJ.
the
Reference of
OBJ?
class.
Yeah, correct. Object.event. Let's make it simple. Don't say reference of type class. It becomes a bit more. Object.event. Event here is what? How do you identify events?
Invalid
How do you
payment.
identify?
Invalid payment.
How do you identify
Lightning
that?
symbol.
Lightning
Lightning,
Symbol.
lightning bolt symbol.
lightning symbol.
All right. So object.event, and now this is what you need to do. You need to say plus equal to, and what is it showing you there? What is the Visual Studio showing you there? What is the message it says out there?
OBJ underscore.
OBJ underscore invalid P1, and what else? More importantly, on the right hand side, what does it say?
Press tab to insert.
Press tab to insert. So at this point, all that you should do is say object.event plus equal to, then you close your eyes. You close your eyes and press tab. All right. You close your eyes and press tab. Now, when you close your eyes and press tab, it generates a code for you. Right? Why am I asking you to close your eyes and press tab? Because don't make any changes there. Just blindly press tab. So remember, object.event plus equal to, then what?
This is the tab.
No, not press tab. No. Not press tab. Close your eyes first and then press tab.
Okay.
If you don't close your eyes, this code will not get generated. All right. And here it's allowing you, if you want, you can change the name. If you want, if you don't want to change the name, just press escape. But it allowed you to change the name of that function if you wanted. So I'll do it one more time. All that I am asking you to do is what? A little quicker this time. Type out object.event plus equal to, close your eyes and press tab.
Yeah.
That generates the code for you. Now, once the code is generated, whatever changes that you want to make, you can make those changes. But the part of writing that function, generating that properly, that is being done for you by Visual Studio. So, event handled here. Achha, when is the event firing off? At what point is the event firing off? When does the event?
Greater than of 100 value.
Correct. So now that line you'll have to write, that you can't avoid. Object.p1 is equal to some value greater than 100, and that will fire off that event. Are we clear on this, everybody? So that's what,
Yes,
I mean, the same thing is happening out here. Again, the same thing. Only thing is Visual Studio is generating the event handling function for you, making your job a little easier. Okay? Clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now, let me answer some of the questions that were coming up. One of the questions there was, which I put out there. I said that this actually, will this work without the word event? Because what is invalid P1? Invalid P1 is a delegate reference. So we had never used the word event before this. We've never used the word event before this. So will it work with without the word event? Yes, it would. So if you run this code, it will work out here. Are we getting this? It will work out here. But if you remove the word event, now Visual Studio does not know that this is an event. Visual Studio will not know that this is an event. And wherever it has to show up now, it will not show up as an event. Like for example, if you look at obj dot, now what is invalid P1 now coming out as? What is it being shown here to you as? Look at this, look at the symbol.
Field.
It's being shown to you as a field.
Field.
It is no longer treating it like an event. Okay. Now, if it doesn't treat you like an event, see what will happen now. Object.event plus equal to, close your eyes and press tab. I'm pressing tab. Multiple tabs are pressed. Nothing happened. Why didn't it happen? Why didn't it happen? Because it is no longer marked as an event. So it says, I will not generate the code for you. Are you getting this, everybody? So now,
Yes,
if
sir.
you have not marked it as an event, these lot of features, or one more thing I'll tell you. If you remember, I started off with that button class. Remember? I was showing you the button class. And in the button class, I showed you what are the different events. Now, how did it come? Identify the events again with what? With the lightning symbol.
symbol.
Now, if it had not been marked as an event, it will not be shown up in the list of events. Then how will the user go and write down code for it? So it will become difficult to write down code like this. So by marking it as an event, you are getting certain features which are applicable to events. Understood? Which is why the
Yes,
keyword
sir.
event is compulsory. Which is why the keyword event is compulsory. All right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So that's the first thing. By giving the word event, you're telling it it's an event. So it gives you certain features that are applicable only for events. Now the second question. I think Shubham asked me the question, ki, why the plus equal to? Because we learned in delegates it works even without plus equal to. So if I try removing the plus equal to, it shows me a compilation error. Now what it says is that if there are already existing event handlers added for you by someone else, typically by Visual Studio, then you are adding to those event handlers. If you do equal to, you're overwriting them. When you do equal to, what do? You're overwriting them. Agree or no? Plus equal to says what? Plus equal to says what? Add to that. Whatever functions are already there, add one more function to that. If you did equal to, it is overwriting them. So it does not want you to overwrite the existing event handlers. And which is why the syntax that you are forced to use here is plus equal to. Now the interesting thing here is, if I remove the keyword event, all right, if I remove the keyword event, and if I come back here, the equal to works. So if you don't mark it as an event, then it can take the equal to, which is what you have learned with delegate references. But when you remove the word event, we saw what happened. What happened now when you remove the word event? You are not treating it like an event. So features you are not getting out there. All right? That was not happening. Yes or no?
Yes.
So which is why I am keeping it as an event. And when I keep it as an event, the syntax forces me to do what? Plus equal to. Just giving equal to is not okay. Understood?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, now I just mentioned that what does it do? Plus equal to does what? Adds to existing event handlers. So do you think I can have more than one event handler here? Do you think that will be possible?
Yes, sir.
Should be possible. So I can do something like this. Given some other function out here. Okay. Given some other function. And then just copy paste this code and write down this other function. And handler 2. Right? This is what we have done. Now, when this event fires off, which all functions will be called? Which functions will be called? Firstly, obj underscore invalid p1. And then again, what else will be called after that? Handler 2. So right now, when the event fires off, both things happen. Both the codes get fired off. Clear on this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, obviously, if you can do a plus equal to. Obviously, if you can do a plus equal to. Complete my words. Obviously, if you can do a plus equal to,
Minus equal to.
you should also be able to do a minus equal to. And that means what will it do? It will remove that event from that list of handlers that we have there. So for example, now after doing this, let me do a console.writeLine. I will do a minus equal to this. And I will again set an invalid value. So when I set an invalid value now, obj dot p1 is equal to 200. What will happen at this point now? Which one will it call now on the second part? What will it now call?
Handler 2.
Handler 2.
Handler 2.
So first time it calls both. Second time it only calls handler 2.
Handler 2.
Understood? All right.
Yes.
What if I remove handler 2 also? What if I remove handler 2 also? What will happen now? What will happen on this
Uh,
line, line 32?
Null reference exception, sir.
Very good. So when I run this now, it's giving a null reference exception. Sorry, I did a plus equal to. Did I do a plus? I know I did a minus equal. Okay, I ran it with the control F5. So let me run this again. I'm removing a handler 2 and I run this again. Okay. Now it's coming. So what is happening out here? Null reference exception.
Reference exception.
Now whose code is giving a problem? Whose code is giving a problem? Whose code is giving a problem? Is it the user's code or is it the developer's code?
User.
User.
Users
Oh,
code.
look, where is the error
Developer
happening?
Developer code, sir.
Developer
side.
code. Who's our developer in our example?
We are.
No. Who's the developer in this example?
Ravi.
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 Where is Ravi?
In beach.
He is sitting on the beach, watching the waves. We call it waves. Watching the waves go by with coconut water in his hand, according to some of you. After retirement, if you have to drink coconut water, then why work so hard? Okay. So what we have to do right now? We have to ask Ravi to come back. And we have to ask Ravi to handle this error. So what should Ravi do now? This is Ravi doing it. What should he do? Before raising it, what should he check for?
If it's null or not, sir.
Correct. So if invalid P1 not equal to null, only then raise it. Now before you can run the code, Ravi has gone back. He's gone back to his beach. And this code now would not give you an error. So if I run this code now, nothing happened in the third case. Are we clear on this? That exception didn't occur. Okay. So typically while raising that event, you need to first keep a check for if it is null or not. And if it is not null, then don't raise it. And that's how you could work with events. Are you clear on this so far?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Now, any questions, any doubts? If you have questions, doubts, let's clarify them because I want to try out one more small concept with events in itself. So are we clear at this point? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm going to make a small copy of my code. I'm just going to make a copy of my code. And events could also have parameters. Now, what do I mean by parameters to an event? For example, if you had the click event. Now, click does not give you any extra information. It just tells you that the button has been clicked. But if I took, let's say, an event like key press, the event is key press, but it also tells me something else. What does it tell me? What else do you think key press will tell me? One is it telling me the key press has happened. Something else it also tells me. What else does it tell me?
Input is coming, sir.
Which key has been pressed? It will tell you information about which key has been pressed. All right. Or for example, there's a mouse move event. It is telling you that the mouse is moving. But what other information will it also give you?
It's moving from where to where?
The coordinates. The coordinates, the X and Y coordinates of where the mouse is right. Are you getting this? So events might have certain additional information along with them. You're not just saying that, okay, this has happened. You're saying this has happened and this was the data that you wanted along with that. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to try to create events which have parameters. The parameters of the event would be deciding what that event has in it. Okay. So what do I want to do out here? When I'm raising this invalid P1 event, I want to, along with this invalid P1 event, I want to also pass back the value. Why pass back the value? Because the value is telling me what was the value that was entered and this was the value that was invalid. Are you getting this, everybody? I'm going to also pass back along with this what? The value of that whatever was the invalid value. Okay. So which means now when you're calling the event, you're also passing it a value. Let's look from the beginning and tell me what changes would you need to make on different lines. Starting with line number 89, would you need to make any change out there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What would be the change?
So adding the
Parameter.
parameter.
Parameters.
Correct. So the delegate now would have these parameters. So let's say int invalid value. This is what I'm going to pass to it. Okay. Now, wherever you're working with events, events may or may not have parameters, but the return type of events will always be void. Return type of events will always be void. They don't return a value, but they could have parameters. And parameters give you extra information about the event. All right. Next line. Any changes required on line number 95? Any changes required on line number 95?
No, sir.
No, sir.
No changes
No.
required. All that we are saying is that invalid P1, that's your event, is of the date of the type of invalid P1 event handler, and this has the signature. So no changes required here. And while raising the event, there would be one change now. When you say invalid P1, it is expecting you to pass what? The invalid value, and which we had passed with the help of value. So this is what you would have to do at the developer end. Moving on to the user end. Let's come to the user end. Now, what would the user need to do? Help me. First thing is,
Create a
user
class
would need to
Create an object.
create an object of that
Create
class.
Create object.
Class one, obj equal to new class one. Perfect. Very good. Then what?
obj dot.
Object dot.
Dot what? Object dot event. Then what?
And
Object dot event and then what? Carry on. Complete the line. Object dot event. Then what?
Plus
Object
The plus equal
dot
not
event. Then what?
plus equal to
Plus equal to.
Plus equal to.
Then
close your eyes.
don't forget that. Very good. That is the most important part. Close your eyes and press tab.
Tab.
And if you want to change the name, you can change the name here. If you don't want to change the name, just come out of it with escape. And this is what has been generated for you. And what do we do now here with this? Console.writeLine. Let's say event raise. And I'm also displaying the invalid value. So plus invalid value. Right? That invalid value was the value that's coming in. Now, instead of hard coding a value, what I'll do is I'll say obj dot P1 is equal to, not
P1.
P1 dot P1 is equal to, and I'll take it from the user. So I'll do a console.readLine, right? But console.readLine is returning a string. So you remember what you have to do out with this, convert it
Dot
with
pass.
a in
In
dot pass.
dot pass.
Okay, I'm not, taking exception handling code. What if he enters the wrong value and all that? That in the sense, what if he doesn't enter a string integer? Then what to do? I'm not taking care of that. So let's see this. And when I'm running this code, am I running this code? Is it? Yeah, it is running this code. If I enter a valid value, nothing happens. That's it. That's how you could check it out. Correct? Okay. Done? Yes or no? Done?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Arey, what yes, sir?
No.
What yes, sir?
Invalid.
What do I have to enter? I entered a valid value. How do you check it out? Enter an invalid value.
Invalid.
So who's going to do that? Can I assume my code works? No. Enter an invalid value and that should show you event raise with the value of 200. All right. So that is how you work with events, and that is how things are used out here. Questions, if any? Now, where would you be using events mostly? In .NET, they can be used anywhere, but they are mainly used wherever you have a UI, right? That's where events should be used. And in non-web-based applications, that's primarily where they are used, right? Now, in your course, in your .NET, in your CDAC course for .NET, we are not looking at non-web UI applications. We are mainly looking at web applications. So you would not be using events a lot here going ahead. All right. It is important to know how events work, how the events infrastructure works, how delegates use events. It's important to know that because in a lot of the other places, everywhere else, except the type of project that you're working in, everywhere else events are used. But we have got a very limited time. We are only doing this for 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, whatever time we have, we are focusing on one type of project only. So that type of project does not use the event-driven architecture. It uses the MVC architecture. And in the MVC architecture, you're not using events. So going ahead, we are not really going to be using a lot of these because of what CDAC is prescribed for us. That doesn't mean event is not useful. Everywhere else that you're working with, any other type of application, events will be used. Right? But just to give you a little bit of clarity on that. Anyway. Right, we're going to move on to another major topic next, but we'll take a quick break a little bit. We got a long session today. We'll take a little bit of a break in between, breather in between, and we'll start off again. So it's about 10 to 6. We'll take a 20-minute break. We'll start off again at 6:10. Now, what this essentially allows you to do is query different types of data sources using a common syntax. All right. Now, we'll talk about this a little bit more in detail. But the essence of link is that the syntaxes used depend upon the language that you're coding in. In our case, we are working with C#. So the syntaxes used will be C# syntaxes. Now, before I can get into link, before I can show you examples of link or talk about what link is, you need to learn few more language related features, few more features which are there in C#. So this section, this next section from starting from now, that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to be looking at the prerequisites before we do link. Now, these language features that I'm going to be showing you right now can be used outside link also. Doesn't have to be in link only, can be used outside link also, but they're primarily being created for link. So the reason why we are doing it is because we're going to be using it in link. So normally I always encourage you to ask yourself, why are we doing this in a particular way? Why are we doing this? Why this concept? What is the reason? Now the answer to the why I'm already giving you beforehand. What is the answer that, I'm going to be giving you for everything that I show you here? Why are we doing it? I've already told you the answer to why are we doing it? Why are we doing it? Yes. Why are we doing what are we going to do out here? Why are we doing it? We're going to be looking at some syntaxes. Why? Why use those syntaxes? Anyone? Because these syntaxes that we're going to look at are going to be used by you when you're writing a link query. All right. So the answer to the question of why are we doing this, for anything that you ask me in this session, between now and the next, by the session time ends, my answer is going to be simple. If you ask me, sir, yes, I have understood this, but why are we doing it? What is my answer to you going to be?
Going to be using link.
Correct. All right. So by itself, the topic may not make a lot of sense. by itself, you look at the code and you say, you know what, why are we doing this? By itself, I cannot justify why we are doing it. My answer, therefore, is always going to be what? Ki when we write a link query, this concept will be used. All right. So having said that, let's go into the next section. So the next section that I'm going to do is all related to things that you require in link. What is link? I've still not talked about it. Okay. We will do this in the next section, in the next session, which is on Sunday. We're not having a session tomorrow. So the first concept that we're going to look at here are implicit variables. Normally, when you create a variable, you create it with the help of explicitly specifying that data type. You normally say int I equal to something or string s is equal to something. So you're giving the data type, you're explicitly specifying the data type. Instead of explicitly specifying the data type like I've done on line 7, I can now declare a variable in this way using the var keyword. And when I use the var keyword, it is creating for me an implicit variable. So what is an implicit variable? An implicit variable is a variable where you don't give the data type, and the data type for that variable is picked up from the right-hand side. So what is the value that you're storing into this variable j? You're storing a value of 100. What is the data type of 100?
Int.
Int. So therefore, the data type of j will be picked up from whatever is there on the right-hand side, and j will also be declared as an int. Now, both these lines, line number 7 and line number 8, are both doing exactly the same thing. What is I doing? Line number 7 doing? Declaring I of type int having a value of 100. What is j doing? Line number 8, j is also of type int only. And what value does it take? 100. So both of these are the same way. All right. Given the choice between writing it with line number 7 or line number 8, you are offered both options. What option would you prefer and why?
Sir, depending on speed, I'd go for 7 or
There's
if
no difference in the speed. There's no difference in the speed.
If we
then
know the
8,
data type, then we will go for int.
Correct. So I'm giving you this example only. If I have to declare an int, my question is, if I have to declare an int, which should you prefer? Would you prefer line 7 or would you prefer line 8?
7.
7.
7, sir.
So why 7?
Because
Why
we know
7?
we have to define int.
Correct. If you know what you have to define, this line is much more readable than this line. You know that you're declaring an int out here. All right. Now, when you write line number 8, it first finds out what the right-hand side is and then declares the left-hand side of that type. Okay. Now, in what situation would you need line number 8? You typically need line number 8 in situations where you don't know what type of variable you want. You don't know what type of data type that variable should take. And this happens often in a link statement when you don't know what type of data type it is going to be giving you. So for specific situations, this has been created, but it can be used by itself also. While doing this, there are certain rules you have to follow. First rule is, look at this. You must compulsorily give in a value out here. You can't say just var j. Why not? If I just say var j, what is the problem? It does not know what to create. So you are forced to give it an initial value. Now, the initial value can be anything. Supposing I have given an initial value of an integer. Now, the data type for j is declared as an integer. Notice here it's not saying var j, it's saying what? Int j. Look at this. It's saying int j. And you can now change the value. You can make it j is equal to 200 is okay. But you can't change the data type. So this won't work. J is equal to putting a string. This will not be allowed. Okay. So first thing is you must compulsorily give it a value. Secondly, certain other rules. It can only be used for local variables. You can't use it for class level variables. You can't use it as a function parameter or as a return type. Only for local variables, this can be used. All right. Now, what can you assign on the right hand side? You can assign anything. Like, for example, in this case, var k. What is the value of var k? What is the data type of k? What is the data type of k?
String.
String.
String. Okay, so you can assign it anything, and it actually takes up that data type. So if I try printing this, I'm trying to print j.getType. GetType is a method from your object class. What will this give me now? J is of what type?
Int, sir.
Integer. Right? So if I try running this code, it gives you, I mean, it's giving you the value of j and it's giving you that data type is int. Int, of course, is internally picked up as int 32. So the name it will show you here would be not just int, it will show you int 32. All right. All right. So my advice to you is that if you know the data type, then give the data type. But in certain situations, you will not know what to give. And in those situations, you give a var. Can we give var otherwise also? Yes, we can. Am I recommending you to use it? No, I'm not.
No.
Because it gives you much more readable code. Here, when you're saying int I. Achha, what if you wanted a long, for example? If you wanted long with a value of 100, what is this j taking?
Int, sir.
What is it's taking an int? So I can't change it. It's taking the default type. So you get more control when you use an explicit data type. But the implicit variables can be used in certain situations where you don't know what the right data type should be. And then based on what the right hand side is returning, we will create a data type that way. And that generally happens in a link statement, in a link query. All right. Okay. Any questions, any doubts about implicit variables? Clear on this?
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, I'll just close these other windows just to speed up my work. Okay. The next concept that we're looking at is anonymous types. Okay. So before I go into the code, what is an anonymous method? What did we talk about an anonymous method? What was that?
So method without name.
A method that does not have a name. So if I say I'm going to create an anonymous type, what is this now? Anonymous type. What is this?
Class without name, sir.
Does not
A class without a name. Now, typically, I've asked you to think about it this way, that when you say the word type, think of it as what?
Class,
Think
sir.
of it as class.
Method.
This is for your easier understanding, that I've told you that whenever I say type, think of it as a class. But that is not entirely complete. That is not an entirely complete statement. There are 5 types in .NET. There are 5 basic types in .NET. I have not talked about this better. The 5 basic types in .NET are class, interface, delegate, struct, and enum. These are the 5. What are the 5? Class, interface, delegate, struct, and enum. So your type, when you say type can be one of these 5. It'll either be a class, or an interface, or a delegate, or a struct, or an enum. Okay. Now here, when you're saying anonymous type, it is basically you're creating an anonymous class. It is not creating any other things. It is creating an anonymous class itself. So you're also calling it an anonymous class. Anonymous class or anonymous type is a class that does not have a name. All right. Now, supposing your class had a name. Supposing it was called class 1. How will you create an object of that class? Help me. If it had a name, it was called class 1. Give me the syntax for creating an object of that class.
Class 1 object.
Class 1.
Class 1 obj is equal to
New class
class
one.
1.
Length
And with your permission, I'm also going to give in this A is equal to 10, B is equal to, let's say, some string, right? C is equal to true. So what is it creating now here in this case? What are these, all of these three?
Properties, sir.
Properties.
Properties.
And yeah, what am I using with curly brackets? I'm calling it
Object.
using the object initializer.
Object.
Okay. So this is what I've done. Now this is when your class had a name. This is when your class had a name. Supposing your class didn't have a name. Supposing it didn't have a name. Now you can't say class 1 here. Why can't you say class 1?
No name, sir.
Doesn't have a name.
No name.
And obviously now on the left hand side again you can't say class 1. Now if I don't know the name of the class on the right hand side, I could use where. I could use where. What will where do? Whatever the class is on the right hand side, it will take that data type on the left hand side. So this is where I'm also using where. Because I don't know what the name of the class is on the right hand side. Therefore, how can I declare a reference of that type? So what I've created here in this line is an example of an anonymous type. Anonymous type or anonymous class. Both of these are interchangeably used. Now here, I'm doing three things at once. I'm doing three things together at one go. I am firstly creating an anonymous class which has three properties. What are the three properties out here in the anonymous class? First one,
A.
A. And what is the data type of A?
Int.
Int A. How did you know it's an int A?
RHS, sir.
the value assigned on
From the right hand
Value.
side. Correct. From the right hand side. So you're now creating an anonymous type with three properties. Int A. Next one,
String B.
String B.
string B. Third one,
Bool C.
Bool.
so you're creating three different properties in that class. So first thing, you're creating a class with three properties. Second thing, what is the object initializer also doing? It's creating an object of that class. When you're saying new something, it's creating an object of the class with having those initial properties out here, with it having the initial properties. And the third thing, you're also creating a reference of that type. OBJ is a reference of that anonymous type. So it's a 3-in-1 statement. It's doing all three things at one go. Class is also being created here only. Object is also being created here only. And third thing, what is also happening here only? The reference to that object is also being created here only. All three happening at the same time. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
What is the first question that you should be asking yourself? First question that you should be asking yourself.
Why are we doing this?
Why the hell are we doing this? I mean, this line is okay. It looks okay. Okay, I understood also okay, what it's doing. But why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Answer you already know. Answer you already know.
Or anonymous methods.
It is a prerequisite
No.
or link.
Link.
Exactly. I've already told you the answer first. I've already told you the answer. Why are we doing this? Because this concept we will use it in link. Not just in link, we'll use it in other places also. But first example that we'll see of where this is used will be in link. Are we clear on this? So if you look at this line of code and if you're wondering, okay, this line of code is doing that, but why do we need this line of code? Let me tell you that I also think the same thing. By itself, I don't need this line of code. But I will need this line of code in a further example. So we are understanding right now how to write this line of code, but the practical application of this we'll see when we are doing link. So when we do link, I'm going to ask you a question. And the answer is going to be anonymous type. I'm telling you already, in link, I'm going to ask you a question. And the answer to that is going to be anonymous type. Now, what is the question? I'm not telling you right now. I'm giving you the answer to the question, but what is the question? I'm not telling you, right? Okay. So when I'm doing link and I ask you, that time your answer is anonymous type. Are you clear on this? We'll see that later. Okay. Let's have a look at this code snippet. All right. So can I have your attention, please? OBJ out here is the same code that I wrote in Notepad some time back. OBJ out here is a reference of the anonymous type. The anonymous type has three properties: int A, string B, and bool C. And this is also creating an object of that anonymous type. Now, if you look at obj dot, what are the properties it shows you now here? A, B, and C. Are we clear on this, everybody? Okay, I have created one more anonymous type out here on the next line, obj2. And I'm not printing it, but I could print obj2 dot, I'll get A, B, C, D. On line number 36 and 37, I'm printing the get type. What does get type give you? It give you information about that particular class. And when I run this code, let's see all of this. First thing is this, what will this show me? It will show me the values in here. But I'm more interested in showing you the get type and see what it shows you out here. Let's run this. See the output. And first three lines were, of course, the values that you displayed there. But look at the next two lines. Look at the next two lines. And what is the name of the class? What is the get type showing you? It's showing you,
Anonymous type.
Type.
F underscore anonymous type 0. And then it says backquote 3. Now, why 3? Why 3?
Three parameters.
Why 3?
Three
parameters.
property parameters.
Three properties. Three properties. So let's call them properties instead of parameters. Three properties. And what are the types of the properties? Int32, string,
String,
and boolean.
Boolean.
And the next one, the second one, obj2 gave you anonymous type 1. That's the name that is generated. And 4 properties of the data types out here. Okay. So the compiler has generated 2 anonymous types for you. Now, what if I gave 2 different objects, both having similar type of values out here? In such a situation, the compiler is smart enough to recognize that these properties are similar. So instead of creating 2 different anonymous types, in this example, it will create only one anonymous type. Internally, it will create only one anonymous type. See, anonymous type 0, which has 3. But for this to happen, everything has to be the same. The data type and the type of properties and the order of the properties, everything needs to match. Only then it will do that. So if it finds that any of these properties are different, or in number or size, type, or in the order of the properties, it'll create a different anonymous type. But if it is the same, then it'll create the same one. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes,
Questions,
sir.
if any? All right. Okay, now I have a question for you. Right? So you're, let's assume that, you're walking on the road. Okay? And there's somebody walking ahead of you. Right? Now you don't know this person. And that person drops something. Let's say drops his or her, whatever, umbrella or whatever, wallet or bag or something. Now they're walking ahead of you. You don't know their name. But you want to call them out and tell them, Arey, you have dropped this. How will you call them?
Hello.
Hello, okay. Any other way?
Bhai Sahab.
But what if it is not a bhai sahab?
The gender
Excuse
Then
specific
that
you.
person, that person will really offend. And if it is a Benji, maybe you may not want to call her a Benji. Okay. So some other name, something else.
So you can say excuse
Excuse
me.
me.
Excuse me.
Excuse me,
Excuse
sir,
me.
ma'am.
Okay, now excuse me here. In a lot of you are talking Marathi and Hindi only. So I don't know whether we will say excuse me or not. Okay. Yeah, anything else? Any other? I'll tell you how they
Oi.
call out in oi, that sort of thing. Because they're walking away fast, you want to quickly call out to them. So maybe in Mumbai or whatever, oi, whatever, gir gaya hai ye kuch, whatever. Okay, so if you don't know somebody, that's the sort of name that you're calling them out here. Now let's see what Visual Studio is doing out here. Look here carefully. When you create new so-and-so, it says it's creating an anonymous type. And what name is it calling it by? What name is Visual Studio calling it by? A,
A.
right? A. And that A is new, int A, string B, and bool C. So anytime you see A, Visual Studio calling out to that person as A, you know that that's an anonymous type. Are you clear on this, everybody? Okay, what is OBJ
Yes,
out
sir.
here? OBJ out here is what? A OBJ.
Yes.
Right? That's how it's calling it. A OBJ. Right? That's what. And what is A out here? A is new int A string B bool C. So I just want to point out to you, wherever you see this A in Visual Studio, you know that that's your anonymous type. Right? This also must have been given by some Indian only, na? Like, he's like, okay, now you know what? I have to call out to this anonymous type. What do I call him? What do I call him? And somebody walks in and says, Arey, hey, that sort of thing. So, anyway. So, the point I'm making is the moment you see this A, anonymous type. All right.
Sir, A is because of data property. What
No,
we
no,
have
no.
taken.
A is because you don't know the name.
Okay.
Hey, Shubham, I mean, I know your name, but supposing your name was not shown there, I would have said, hey, understood or not? All right. Now I know your name, Shubham, so I won't call you A. But next time you see somebody walking on the road and you want to call out to them,
A.
you know what to do.
A Rohan.
But you know Rohan, na?
Okay, sir.
If you know Rohan, you won't say Rohan, you will say Rohan. Anyway, coming back to this, let's move on. The next concept I want to look at here are partial classes. Okay. Now, a partial class is allowing you to break up a class into multiple parts. Normally, when you write a class, you put all the code into one place. Agree? You say public class, class name. You start writing all the code in that class. You finish curly brackets, class is over. Normally, you have been doing that. Now, what a partial class does is it allows you to break up a class into smaller parts. So look at what I have done out here. Ignore this for now. We'll come back to the rules later. Look at line numbers 49, 53. I have created the same class, but I've written it in two parts. First thing is, how do I make a partial class? What keyword do I need to use out here?
Partial.
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 So I will use the keyword partial, and that's what I'm using out here. Now, some part of the code of the class, you will write it in one part of the class, another part in the other part. How many such parts can you create? How many partial parts can you create? As many as you want. As many as you want, not restricted to only 2. 3, 4, 5, 20, 25, as many partial classes as you want. When you compile your code, the compiler will just combine all these classes together into one class. So what is the compiler doing now? All these classes, they're all having the word partial. They're all having the same name out here. It is all going to combine it into one class. So if I create an object of type class 1 and I did O dot, what are the properties I will get to see now?
I and J.
INJ. It is just simply combine them together. So why give you this? Let's say we are working on a project. All right. So let's say Sheetal and Kajal are working on the same project. They're working on the same class. Sheetal is writing one function. Kajal is writing one function. So Sheetal does it in one part of the class. Kajal does it in another partial class. When they finish, what will the compiler do? Simply combine their classes together. So that way you can distinguish. This is my code, that is the other person's code. Remember, it is only one class. You're just breaking it up into smaller parts so that different people can work on it at the same time. Clear on this, everybody? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Now there are certain rules to these partial classes. First thing is, I have not mentioned that, but how do you create a partial class with the keyword? What
Partial.
keyword do you use? Partial.
Partial keyword.
Right? They must have the same name. They must have the same name. They must be in the same namespace. Right? They must be in the same namespace. Now, when I'm saying must be in the same namespace, they can be in different namespaces, but the namespace name must be the same. The name of the class and the name of the namespace must be the same. And lastly, they must be in the same assembly. Another word for assembly here. In Visual Studio, another word for assembly.
Project.
In the same project. In the same project. Okay. So what I've also done here is I've created one more namespace here. One more namespace here. What is the name of the namespace here? Is also called what? Partial classes is also called that. I've created one more class here, which has one more member K. If I did O1, class 1 O and O dot, now what would O now show me? What will O now show me?
IJ.
And K as well. And K as well. Remember what I told you? That as long as the class name is the same. Is the class name same? Yes. Are they in the same namespace? Is the namespace name the same? Yes. And are they in the same project or the same assembly? Yes. So now they are part of one class. And if I now look at O dot, you'll find that you get I, J, and K. All three of them are available to you. All right.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take up one more thing. Look at this. So what I'll do here is in this same project, look here in the same project, I'm adding one more file. Right click, add another class, add a class. All right. So add a class, I'm calling it class 1. And right, I'm creating one more class here called class 1. And I'm creating a partial class. So I had IJK and then I'm creating one more variable here, public int L. So will this also be taken as part of the same class? Will this also be taken as part of the same class? What do you think? Yes or no?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yes. Why yes? Why yes?
Same
Same
as
class
class
name.
name.
Same
First, okay,
class name.
Same
I have
class.
not mentioned this. I have not mentioned this. But firstly, partial keyword. Secondly,
Same project.
Same
Names.
class.
Same class name.
same class, same namespace, and same project. So if I come back to this now and I did O dot, if I did O dot, you'll find that I get I, J, K, and L. All of them are now available to me. Okay. So what are the use case of this? Where will you use this? One example I gave you. What are the one example that I told you? in one project, there are two developers working on the same class at the same time. One developer is working on one function. So Sheetal was working on function 1, Kajal was working on function 2. They both write it in two separate partial classes. Compiler does what? Simply combines them. This is one scenario. The other scenario that I want to talk about here is this. Quite often, Visual Studio will generate some code for you. So you will write some code and Visual Studio will generate some code. And it just simply goes and merges the two codes. Now, an example of this we saw a little earlier when I was showing you that events example. So when I was showing you the events example, you'll find that when I dragged and dropped this button, Visual Studio generated some code for me. Agree? Visual Studio had gone and generated some code for me. So it has created this code for me, where I'm creating, declaring a reference of type button, where the code for the button has been generated. And I also went and wrote some code out there. So when I wrote code for the button click, right, I wrote the code. Now, both of these are the same class, but this is a partial class. So I am writing code in one class, Visual Studio is generating code in the other class. Changes that I'm making in one separate place, Visual Studio is making in a different place. Compiler will simply do what? Combine the two and make it into one class. This way, whatever code Visual Studio is generating, going and making changes in that code, and Visual Studio not making changes in the code that I am writing. So this sort of situation will occur often in your code, including in link. In link also, you will have a similar situation occurring, where Visual Studio will generate some code, you will write some code, and the two will be combined together as one single class. Am I clear on this, everybody? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
How access specifiers will work on this, sir?
You can't have two different access specifiers. It will have to be the same.
Okay, that will work
For-
same as a single
See,
class.
the two parts of the class, let's say they are
Huh.
creating two partial classes, both will need to have the same access specifier, otherwise it will give you a compilation error. And it is not anything different. Think about it this way, that if you write one part of the class, you write another part of the class, what is the compiler simply doing? What is it simply doing?
Keep it
It
to
is
one
simply
copy.
merging it together into one. So whatever rules are there for a class will be applicable for that. For example, can you declare a variable twice? Can you declare a variable twice? One in one part, another in another part? No. Can you
No.
have two functions having the same name, same parameters in two different places? No. So
No.
whatever other rules that you have for a class, those would also be applicable here. All right?
Oh, yeah, okay, sir. Got it.
All right. So that's your partial classes. Right? So here also it's taking partial out here, and that's your partial class. Now, yeah, so are we clear on partial classes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That brings us to another thing that is partial methods. All right. So what are partial methods out here? How do these work? Partial methods, you can think of these. It's like a placeholder, right? It's like a placeholder, like a stub or a placeholder. Now, what do I mean by placeholder? I'll give you an example of that. We are right now in an online mode. But again, close your eyes and visualize. What if you are actually in the CDAC, in a physical center in CDAC? You would have been in the same room, right? You would have been having a class in an offline mode. And Juhu doesn't have that, but Kharghar has that. Kharghar has some nice arrangements. You can stay there. You have got residential arrangements. You've got, they have a canteen, a nice canteen, right? Earlier, we used to go and have tea out there. when we were talking about the teacup collector. So they also have lunch and all arranged. Lovely lunch, superb lunch. I enjoy the lunch out there. But unfortunately, right now we are in the online mode for various reasons. Later you ask Johnson, sir, why are we doing it in online mode? Because I want to start off in offline mode. So you ask him later. Okay. But anyway, coming back to the original point. So if we were in a physical center out there, generally if I'm taking a whole day session and I say, oh, you know what, okay, now let's break for lunch. Immediately, as soon as I say this word, people start running out of their spot. Now, why they start running? Because they want to go and catch hold of a table to sit. Okay. So whoever is the fastest person there goes and manages to sit on the table. And he is not only reserving a table for himself, but he is reserving a table for his friends also. So what he does is, he goes and sits on one chair, but he also keeps something else on the chair next to him for his friend. So maybe, I don't know, could be a tiffin, could be a handkerchief, could be a, whatever, book, umbrella, anything. Something he keeps on the chair next to him. So that something that he's keeping is a placeholder. What is that placeholder telling somebody else? What is that telling him?
Reserved.
that tell? Yeah, that the spot has been
Place is
reserved.
already occupied.
Correct. So you're just keeping a placeholder there. And this friend who is very slow, walking aram, say, not bothered, because you know that one person has gone ahead and done this. Now, two possibilities exist. So this guy has reserved some place for his friend. Two possibilities exist. First possibility is his friend actually comes. His friend actually comes and he sits out there. So when his friend comes and sits out there, he removes that placeholder and his friend sits in that place. And they both live happily ever after, right? They're having lunch together, 6 months, right? It carries on. There is another possibility. That special friend for whom you have gone, fought and reserved a place, that special friend doesn't come only. So that special friend may have some other special friend. Happens often, 6 months is a long time. And that special friend doesn't come only. So you have kept that placeholder, but your friend has not come. Two possibilities, like I said. First possibility, friend comes and you live happily ever after. Second possibility, friend does not come. So what happens now in this case? You see that the friend does not come. What will you do now? Very reluctantly, you will just remove the placeholder as if the placeholder was not there only. And now that is available, now somebody else can come and sit there and, do whatever. But your heart is broken because your friend has not come. Are you clear on this, everybody? Now, similarly, we're going to have partial methods. Now, partial methods firstly are written in the partial class. Right? And in the partial class, I will be writing some code. Void, whatever, X, Y, Z. I'm writing some code. Right? And in the middle of my code, I want to keep some place for that other code to come in. I want some other code to be inserted out here. So at this point, I don't know what that other code is, but I want to keep some place for it. And to keep some place, what I will do is I will declare a partial method. I will declare a partial method. Right? This is not syntax. I mean, partial method. The partial method will have only the signature. It won't have the code body. So what does this remind you of? Where else you had only the same
Interfaces.
interfaces was one place, any other place?
Virtual
Abstract.
The virtual functions.
function.
Don't say virtual functions, pure virtual functions.
Pure function.
Okay, virtual functions is the wrong answer. Pure virtual functions or abstract functions, whatever. So you will have in a partial method, you will have only the signature. And you will call the partial method here. Now, at this point, when I'm calling it, has the partial method been defined? Do we have the actual partial method out here? Have we defined it at this point?
No, sir.
No, sir.
So we are only keeping a placeholder saying that there is a possibility that somebody else might put some code in here in that partial method. And if that somebody else puts some code, then that partial method will be called. Then that method will be complete and it will be called. But there's also a possibility that exists that nobody else puts in code out here. All right? Two possibilities. What are the two possibilities? Somebody actually wants to come and put in some code out here. Now that somebody could be me only or could be one of my team members. All right? So what are you leaving yourself open to? You're leaving yourself open to the possibility of some other code coming in at a later point of time. And this is where you're placing it. Are you clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Understood? All right. Now, supposing your friend doesn't come. Supposing your friend doesn't come. You had with great hope gone and kept some space for your friend. Your friend has not come only. What will happen? What do you do with this? You simply remove that and it was as if nothing was there in the first place. Similarly here, if nobody writes the partial method, if that partial method is not written at all, the compiler simply removes all traces of the partial method. It removes all traces of the partial method if that partial method has not been coded. Understood? But if somebody writes that partial method, that somebody else, whoever, either you or someone else, will have to write that partial method in a partial class itself, in that same partial class. And here, what will you do now? Here, what will you do now with this case? What will you do? Yes. What will you do now? You will write the code for the partial method. So if somebody has written the code for this, then what will happen now? In this case, it's like saying your friend has come. What will happen now? The code will be called out. Your friend has come in out here. The placeholder will be replaced with what? Placeholder will be replaced with what? With the actual code for calling that method. Are you clear on this?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. So this is how a partial method works. Now, first question is, why are they giving you this? So this is a situation that will come up not just in link, but in other situations as well. So where will this sort of situation occur? Quite often, this code that is being written here, all right, look here at the screen, this code that I'm highlighting is being written here is code that is generated by Visual Studio. Quite often, this code, the original code, will be generated by Visual Studio. Now, Visual Studio will write its own code, but will leave place for you to put in your code out there if you want to. So in the middle of Visual Studio generated code, it is making a call to a function and allowing you to put your code out there by writing a partial method. Understood? Why does it do this? Why can't me, Vikram, simply go and write some code here in the middle of Visual Studio generated code? The reason being, if Visual Studio regenerates this code, then whatever code that I have written will not be regenerated. So whenever Visual Studio regenerates this code, if I had gone and written code in between, that code is not going to be regenerated. So what does it allow me to do? How does it allow me to write my code? It says, I will give you a partial method. If you want to write code in a separate file in a partial method. And that code would be the one that will be called. And this situation we'll see later when we are doing something called as link to entities. All right. This sort of situation will occur later when we are doing link to entities, where Visual Studio will generate the code for you and give you placeholders in between to go and write your own code. And that's how this would work. Clear? Yes, no?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we'll look at that Visual Studio situation later when we come to that. Right now, I have got some code out here which I want to show you. Okay. So this is a example that I've taken up. Ignore the rules. We'll come to the rules in a short while. Can I have your attention, please? I've created a partial class. Okay. I've created a partial class and I've created a partial method. I've created a partial class and I've created a partial method. There is no code in the partial method right now. Okay. What do I do in this check function? What am I doing in the check function? I'm calling that partial method. So basically, I'm leaving a stub for someone to put some validation code at a later point of time. At this point, is there any validation code? At this point, right now, is there any validation code? No.
No, sir.
No, sir.
Okay. So what is the value of is valid? Initially, it is true. What is valid going to return out here? When you say in check return is valid, what is it going to return?
True, sir.
True.
It would return true. Okay. So right now, as is, if I run this code, I create an object of that class and I call o.check. Remember, the partial method has not been coded. So what has the compiler done now? What has the compiler done at this point? What has the compiler done?
Nothing.
What nothing?
Remove
The partial method. It has removed everything about the partial method. So now imagine what if that code was not there and how that code would run. So what will the o.check return right now? What will o.check return right now? In this case, what is that method returning?
True.
Would return true. Would return true. Clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Now, I am not at all interested in showing you what is happening in here. I am not at all interested in showing you the output of this. I am not interested. You know it is going to return true. That is not what I want to show you. What I want to show you is what the compiler is doing behind the scenes. So this code was okay. I mean, you are calling this code. But what I want to show you is, at this point, what has the compiler done for you behind the scenes? And to do that, how do you see things behind the scenes? You open it with ILDASM. ILDASM. So you ILDASM your code and let's see what it has created for you. All right. So I open ILDASM. Have you all at least seen ILDASM once or not? I
Yes,
hope
sir.
you have. If you're not, then today go and try ILDASM and see how your assembly looks. And let me open that assembly. Okay, so we were on D5 and language features and bin debug .NET 9 language features.dll. All right. Okay, now before I show you the other code, can you from here figure out what is this showing? What is this showing for you? That last line out there, what is it showing for you?
Anonymous class, sir.
Anonymous
That
class.
anonymous type,
Right.
correct? So I told you that the compiler generates a anonymous type for you. So that's the anonymous type that it has generated. All right. Okay, that was one part that you could have just seen here. The second thing I want to show you here is the code for the partial methods. And you had two classes there. Now, if I open class 1, you'll find that the check method is there, the constructor is there, the isValid is there, but there is no sign. There is no sign of the validate method. It has completely removed the validate method from there. Your friend ditches you for someone else. What do? Move on.
Move on, sir.
Move on. No thoughts for that person.
Rohan has experience.
Lots of. Lots of.
Lots of.
Okay. His answer came out first. What do? Move on. Remove all traces of that method. No traces left. Nothing. Rose given, gift given. Throw it all away. Remove all traces and move on. Okay. Clear? That's one thing. Now we will try the other thing. What if now I write down the code for the partial method? That's the other possibility. That's the good news, right? The friend came. So I have written the code in the partial method. So I've written what? I've written a partial class where I've written a validate, where I will perform some actual validation code here. I will maybe do the actual validation. And at the end of the validation, I will set is valid to either true or false. In this case, I'm hard coding it to false, but I will have some validation code going on there, which is validating my input. And now the validate method is there. If I run this code right now, what will happen now? What will be the output now in check? Is validate, the setting is valid to true, from false, from true it's setting to false. So what is valid returning now? Returning false.
False.
Earlier it was returning true. And when I run this, now it returns false. Understood? False? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
But I am not interested in this part of the code. I am not at all interested in this part of what true and false. I'm not interested in that. What am I interested in showing you? What am I trying to show you here? What is the compiler doing for you behind the scenes? So what will the compiler do now? Now what it will do? It has kept the validate method. So what do you do? What do you do out here? If you come back here, and if you look at this class one, you will find that this validate method now has been written. Are you clear on this, everybody? So it has now
Yes, sir.
retained. So this is how it would work. So partial methods are like a stub, are like a placeholder, which may or may not be replaced by some other code. If you replace it, then the compiler keeps the code. If you don't replace it, if you don't write any code, the compiler removes it. This funda will be used, as I said, in link to entities. When we are doing link to entities, we will see that code. Okay? Questions, if any? All right. So these are some of the language features that I have out here in this example. I want to show you one more language feature, but that's going to be a little longer example. So I'm going to take it up in a new project. I'm going to add a new project. And we're going to look at a feature called as extension methods. Right? We're going to look at a feature which is called extension methods. All right. Now, before I go into the code, let me talk about this a little bit. Okay. Supposing there's an existing type. Do you understand when I say type what it means? What could a type mean?
Class.
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 Interface.
Interface, enum, struct.
Class,
Delegate.
interface, delegate, struct,
Struct.
and enum.
No.
Right? One of these five. So supposing there's an existing type. Whatever it could be. Let's say it could be an int. Let's say it could be a string. Let's say it could be your class. Now, this is not my class. This is your class. A class that you have created. Okay. Now, this would have some methods out here. Some existing methods would be there. Right? Some existing methods would be there. For all of them, there'll be some existing methods. Yes? All right. So, supposing I said int a equal to 100 and I did a dot. What are the methods I will get to see? What are the methods I'll get to see? Don't give me the names, but what are the methods that you will see? All the methods of the int will be shown out here. Agree?
Yes, sir.
Similarly, if I said class 1 obj equal to new class 1, and if I said obj dot, what are the methods I will see? All
Method
the
of class one.
existing methods of class 1
Class one.
out here, which have been defined in class 1. Now see what I can do out here. What I can do here is I can create what are known as extension methods. And when I create an extension method, I can create an extension method for any type. For any type, you name it. Int, string, class 1, any type. I can create an extension method. Now let's say class 1 was your class. Huh? Class 1 is not my class. Whose class is it? Your class. I can create some extension methods for your class. So class 1, I go and now create extension method 1, em1, em2. I create extension methods for this. And along with the methods that you have given, now it would also show me what? em1, em2, and all the extension methods that I've added out. It'll show me all of that. So what am I doing? I am writing my method for your class. I'm writing my extension method for your class, and I can call it with an object of your class. All right? Not just your class, any class, any type. Int, string, you name it. Anything. You name it and I can do it. What is your first reaction on me telling you this? First reactions on me telling you this. I'm not asking you any question. I'm asking you, what is your thought? What is your opinion? What is your reactions on me telling you this? What am I telling you? I'll repeat. I'm saying you have some class or you have some type. You have some methods in there. I am going and adding my methods. I'm calling them extension methods. My extension methods for your class. And now when I create an object of your class, not only your methods will be shown, but my methods will also be shown to you, shown to me. Your thoughts on this?
Inheritance.
So why do we need this when we have inheritance?
One second. Inheritance says what? I will inherit from an existing class, and that new class will have the additional methods, right? So base class has some methods. Now the derived class will have additional methods. I am not using inheritance here. I am saying, forget about any other class. I am writing extension methods for your class. Forget about any other class. I'm not creating a second class, which is inheriting from there. That concept we have known. That concept we have seen in .NET. But I'm now creating what? Additional methods defined for an object of your class.
Yes, sir, got it.
Got it. Okay, good. Any other opinions? Any other thoughts?
Why we
So
are doing
can
this?
that extension method access the data member of that class?
Yes and no. We'll see out here.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody else asked me why. Somebody said why, right? Why are we
Yes, sir.
doing it? We'll
Yes,
come to
sir.
the why. We'll come to the why. But what did I tell you at the beginning of the session? Why would we do it?
Link you.
I've already given you the
Link you.
answer. Huh.
Link.
Now you have no clue what it means, sir. Right now you have no clue what it means. If somebody asks you, why are you doing it? You know what? We're going to use it in link. How are you going to use it in link? I don't know about that, but we will use it in link. All right. So you don't know about link at this point. But one place I'm telling you it's using it is in link. So why? Don't think of the why, right? But I'm now telling you this statement. What is your reaction to this? What is your reaction to this? I am taking your class, not my class, your class. And to your class, I'm adding my methods out there.
That means there is no security.
Exactly. Exactly. I am disrespecting you. You said I will have method ABC, huh? I'm saying forget about your ABC, I will add XYZ also. So what should your reaction be? Jayashree said it very, nicely, politely. Ki, sir, and security problem might be there. You all should be screaming at me, ki, Arey, sir, what are you talking about? My class now you're adding some other method. How can you do this? That should be your reaction. Instant reaction should be that. Ki, Arey, you're doing something which is, absolutely, I've never heard about it before. My object-oriented fundas are going to be shaken. Yes or no? Now don't shake your heads. That should have been your reaction first. Ki, Arey, what is this guy talking about? Taking my class without asking me, and he's adding his methods. Agree? That should be your reaction. And that was the reaction when they first announced extension methods. All developers started thinking, oh my God, these guys are, shaking our fundas to the core. See, when you're learning a new thing, next, for example, if I have to update on .NET 10 now, I don't have to learn everything from scratch. I will only update on what is the new thing. Same way, when I was learning .NET, I knew C++ well. So I had to now say, okay, you know what, in C++, this is what happened. In .NET, this is what is different. This is what is additional. So it's always, incremental learning. Anything that you're learning new, you always base it on, Acha, I know this base of mine is solid. I will build on that. I will build on that. I will build on that. But now here my base itself is being shaken up. When I heard this, my reaction was, oh my God, I'll have to relearn all my concepts. Because now you're adding something into a class directly. So when people first heard about your extension methods, this was the reaction that you were getting from most of the developer community. Oh my God, how is it? And see, when a new feature is announced, they announce it 1 year ahead of time. At that time, they come out with the betas then and whatnot. So they generally announce it, see, we are planning to do this. But they don't have a lot of documentation on what they're actually doing at that time. Because it might change by the time the final release happens. So when we first heard about it, the instant reaction was, oh my God, what are we doing? How is this going to work? What is happening here? Our funda is shaken. And when it actually came out, and then later what we saw what it was, then our reaction was, acha, this though I know from before only. This is so simple. No big deal. This was I'm doing this. Relax, cool, chill. So I'll show you both ways. I'll show you first oh my God, what are you doing? What are you doing? How can you do this? What is happening? My fundas are shaken. I'll first show you that. And then we'll see, acha, this so I know before only. Day one only I've learned this. No big deal. All right. So let's see this. Let's see create extension methods and see how they work. All right. If you want to create extension methods, let's see what we need to do. The rules or steps for creating extension method. So step 1, create a, what are we trying to do? To create extension methods. Create a static method in a static class. So step 1 is create a static method in a static class. Help me with this, please. Help me with this. Syntax. A static method in a static class. Help me. Carry on. Public. Static. Class. Whatever class name. XYZ, whatever. My extension class. Any name. XYZ, whatever name that you want to call it. All right. In that, what do you have to do now? Create a static method.
Okay.
So help me with this. Public. Static.
Static.
Void. let's call it display, my favorite function display. All right. And step 2, the first parameter must be the type for which you are writing the extension method, comma, preceded by this keyword. Now, what do I mean by this? Let me sort of make it simpler to understand. First thing, have you understood? You need to create, this is going to be my extension method. You need to create a static method in a static class. Now, the first parameter of this must be the type. What is the type? Another word for type is, think of it as what? Class struct interface enum delegate, right? The first parameter must be the type for which you're writing the extension method, preceded by this keyword. Now, I want to write an extension method for an int. Let's start with this. I want to write an extension method for an int. So what is the type for which I'm writing the extension method? What is the type for which I'm writing the extension method?
Int.
Int.
It is an int. So the first parameter must be the type for which you're writing the extension method. In this case, an int, preceded means before that, you give this keyword. So what would I do out here? Help me with the syntax, please. What would I write it now as?
This dot int.
This not dot,
This
not dot,
dot.
no dot,
This
no dot. This int
Int.
I. Okay, no dot. This int I. Are we clear on this, everybody?
Yes, sir.
So what have I now written? I've written an extension method for an int. I've written a display method for an int. And what do I do in the method? That is your lookout. Why are you asking me what to write in that method? Whatever you want to do in that method, whatever logic you want to follow. In this case, what do I want to do? I want to do a console.writeLine I. I want to do a console.writeLine I. That's it. Done. As simple as that. And when I now go and try to call this, see what I'm doing? Int A is equal to 100. And now, look at this, please. Look at what's happening. A dot, you'll find that extension method display is also shown to you. Right? Now, there are two things that are telling you that it's an extension method. What are the two things that are telling you that it's an extension method? Look carefully and tell me. One is on the right-hand side, one is on the left-hand side.
The down arrow, sir, with the
Correct. The down arrow there is indicating it's an extension method. And on the right-hand side, it's also showing you the word extension. All right. So that's how you can easily identify an extension method. So a.display, and that is what is the method that I'm calling. Now, this should be available for all ints. In my code out here, all ints will have this method. Any int. If I declare a second int, that will also have this method. What is that method doing simply? What is that method doing?
printing
is
the
it
value file.
Displaying the value of that int. In this case, if I try running this code, right? If I try running this code, let's try running this. Int a equal to 100 and a.display should show me 100. All right. Isn't that really easy to do? All right. Isn't that really easy to do? So you can do this very easily. All right. Just to give you a practice, I want to write an extension method for a string. I want to write a method called show, let's say, for a string. What would change here?
String.
Instead of int, what would I use?
Int.
String.
Int.
Okay, who gave the first answer? Shubham said the first answer, no?
Yes,
Shubham, make it a point to consciously say string and not string. Make it a conscious effort to say string and not string. Okay?
Okay.
You're going to be saying it very often. So make a conscious effort. Every time you're saying string, remember to say string and not string. All right. So help me with this, everybody. What would I do here? Instead of display, I'm calling it as show. And instead of int, I will use what?
String.
String here in this case. All right. Okay. The variable could be different. I mean, it doesn't have to be I, it could be any variable. I mean, that doesn't matter. So now if I did string s is equal to whatever value, and I did s dot, you'll find that the show method is available here. So it's as simple as that. Writing it for existing classes or for your own class, writing these methods are very, very simple. Right? Okay, so it's showing you the values. Now I want to write one more method here. What I want to do is, before I call display, I want to do this. A is equal to a dot add 10. I want to do this. Now, this obviously there's no method like this, but I want to get this method to work. So help me. What would I need to do out here? If I were to write an extension method, for what now am I writing? A dot, I'm writing it for an int. What are the parameters of the method? It's taking a integer parameter. In the earlier case, it didn't have a parameter. And what is the return value now? What is it returning?
Int.
Int again. So help me with this. Help me write that method. Carry on. Public, static, return type, void anymore. Int, add. Now the first parameter needs to be the type for which you're writing the extension method. So again, this will be this int I. And the method itself now has a parameter. The method has a parameter here. So the first parameter of the method here will become the second parameter of the method here. Okay. Why the second parameter? Because the first one is reserved for the type for which you're writing the extension method. And now the add function has one parameter. So now this becomes the second parameter out here. Understood? Supposing I added two parameters. How many parameters will my function here now have? Total of 3. The first one will be reserved for what? First one is reserved for what? For which type you are writing that extension method. Then the parameters itself. So help me complete this code. Int j, let's say, right? And return I plus j. Return I plus j. What is this doing? A dot add 10 is taking 100, adding 10 to it and returning that. That is the code that I'm writing. Okay. Understood this, everybody? All right.
Yes, sir.
So now, when I pass 10, 10 is being passed where? 10 is being passed where? Into j. And the variable a is being passed into I. Okay. All right, let's try running this. Initially, value was 100. What should it show you now in display? After adding it, what should be the value now?
110, sir.
110. Yeah, and that's what you're doing. All right, so that's what it showed me. Okay. At this point, you're probably wowed with this. It's probably the wow effect. It's like, oh my God, we are like, we are adding methods directly to an int, to a string. And I've not taken my class, not my class, your class. I've not taken that, but I can do that also. I haven't done that so far, but I can do that also. So right now we are in awe of it. Oh my God, such a big thing. How is it happening? What it will be doing? Now let's look at the acha factor. What is the acha factor? Oh, this so I know before only. Right? Let's look at the second part of this. So in the second part, what I'm going to do here is, I'm going to ask you for an answer. And the answer that I'm asking you is this. Right? The answer that I'm asking you is this. Have you ever called a static method in a static class? Have you called that? Have you written that sort of method? I had asked you to do that in one of my earliest to-dos when we did static members. I had asked you to create a static class. Create a static class. Go back and look at the to-do. All right. So one of the earliest things, I think on day 2, I had asked you to create a static class. And the static class, of course, can have only static members and static functions. And then you can call functions from there. So how will you call this method normally? Forget about extension methods. How will you call this method normally? How will you call this?
Directly by
display.
nature.
You will
My
say,
HT class dot display.
correct, class name dot method name. And that's what I'm going to do. So let's start with this. I'm going to say my extension class dot display. And if you look at this now, it takes int I as a parameter. So int I here, of course, is A in my case. Now, is this any different, or is this any different concept that you learned? No, this is something that you knew from day 1 or day 2. If you have a static member in a class, you call it as what? Class name dot method name. Yes or no? Or if I had to call add, how will I call add? A is equal to A dot add would have been what? A is equal to, help me, my extension class dot add. And it now takes 2 parameters, I and j. So add A, comma 10. Right? This is what you're doing. And will this code work? I've not written the code for string out here. Will this code work? Yes, it should. It's a simple concept. It's a very simple concept. Static method in a static class. What about this? How do I call this s.show? What will I do out here? My extension class dot, yes, dot display. Sorry, not display. Dot show, and which took s as a parameter. Right? If you run this code, the code works like you are earlier doing. It's giving you the same output as the earlier. So this is what is actually happening. When you write this line of code, which says A is equal to A dot add 10, internally, the compiler converts this line into A is equal to my extension class dot add A comma 10. Are you understanding what is happening here? Internally, it's creating what? It is converting this line number 8. It is not running line number 8. It is converting line number 8 into what? Into line number 19 internally. But making you believe what? Making you believe what? What is it making you believe with A equal to A dot add? It's making you believe that you have added a method called add into an integer. Have you actually added a method called add into an integer? No. When you write that line as line number 8, it is converting it to what? To line number 19. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Sir,
Is line number
sir, is that why we were passing int as the first parameter?
Correct. Have you all ever seen a magic show? Have you ever seen a magic show? Magic show, magicians generally fool you. They make you believe in magic. But they are actually doing very simple tricks. They're saying, you know what, look at my right hand, or look at my right hand, look at my right hand. Look at this hand, very carefully look at this hand. And they're actually doing things with this hand. That's what they do, no? Distraction. They are making you believe what? That something is happening here. Watch my hand, watch my hand. Watch carefully. See what will happen now. And they're actually doing things with this hand. That's what's happening. When you're saying, look at this, I've created an extension method. I've added a method to an int. You're not actually adding a method to an int. Internally, what is it doing? It is actually calling a static method in a static class in using this syntax. But making you believe that, oh, you've done something really big. Okay? So here, there are 2 crooks involved into fooling you. Who are the 2 crooks? There are 2 crooks involved who are involved in fooling you. Crook number 1, Visual Studio. The moment you say A dot, it shows you all the extension methods. Crook number 2, compiler. So when you write code like this, internally compiler is converting it to this. Are we clear on this, everyone? Now the question is, why have they introduced extension methods? Question is, why have they introduced extension methods? You know the answer.
Link.
Your link. Arey, kya, any question I'm asking you why today? Answer you already know. In link, they will use this concept. So when we are doing link, I will tell you, see, you know what? Here, this is what they are actually doing. Okay? This is what they're actually doing. All right. Understood? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Now, one second. I don't think I have that other code open. I don't know. Let me check whether I have that other code open. If I don't, I'll have to take a minute to open it too. Otherwise, it will take me very long to write that code. No, I don't have that code. Okay. So while I'm opening that code, don't look at what I'm doing. While I'm opening that code, I'm going to make a statement for you and tell me whether you understand this statement of mine. Okay. Don't look at the code. That's just a distraction. Look at me. The statement I'm making here is this, that if you add an extension method for the base class, if you add an extension method for the base class, it is also available to an object of the derived class. If you add an extension method for the base class, it is also available for the derived class objects. Understand? Are you understanding this statement? If I write one extension method for the base class, it is available not only for that base class, it is also available for what? All your derived classes. Okay. Now, to illustrate this, I will take a small example. Okay. All right. So let me come back to my extension class and look at the statement that I have made. Same statement I've written down. If you add an extension method for the base class, it is also available for the derived class. Now, what am I adding an extension method for? What am I adding an extension method for?
Object.
For the object class. And object happens to be the base class of all classes. Agree?
Yes.
So if I add something for the object class, where all will it be available?
In all
Everywhere.
derived classes.
Everywhere, all the derived classes. So for example, now if you look at this, can I have your attention for a minute? Look at this. A dot, you will find that it is also getting the extension method for the base class. Right? A dot, extension method for the base class. Similarly, S dot, extension method for the base class. Any class that you take, you will get this method available. Why? Because we define it for the base class here, in this case, object. Understood this funda very clearly? Okay. There is one more funda. But I'm going to ask you to explain it to me. All right? The other funda I want you to complete for me. If you add an extension method for an interface, then it is also available for what?
All the classes inheriting it.
Implementing classes.
Implementing. Use the word implementing. Right? It is also available for the classes that implement the interface. Right? That's what we are saying. So if you add an extension method for an interface, it is also available for all the classes that implement that interface. This is the second funda that is important out here. Okay? Let's do this in code. Let's do this in code. Let's do this one with a code example. Have you understood the statement firstly? Everybody?
Yes, sir.
Right. It's a close to 7:40. Nobody is going to say, no, sir, I'm not understood. Explain it one more time. Okay. I know how you all are thinking. Unfortunately for you, no? Unfortunate. Very, very unfortunately. I know how you all think. I know your pulse. So anyway, it's very unfortunate for you. What to do? Let's try and do this in the code. So we'll do it step by step. Firstly, we'll create an interface. So I've created an interface called iMath operations. Has two methods. What are the two methods? Add and multiply. Okay. Now I'm going to create a class that implements that interface. Right? I'm going to create a class that implements that interface. So this class here is implementing that interface. Class CLS Maths, which implements iMath operations. And what methods does it have now here? What methods does it have here?
Add, multiply.
Add and
multiply.
and multiply. Methods of the interface are available. So far, so good. Let's come back here and let's do it in a different main. All right. So I'm going to create an object of that CLS Maths. CLS Maths, obj CLS Maths is equal to new CLS Maths. What are the methods that will be available here? What are the methods that will be available here?
Add, multiply.
Add and multiply.
Add and multiply. And any extension methods that will be available here? Any extension methods that will be available here?
EXT method for base class.
EXT method for base class.
Right? Because the object happens to be our base class also. So now if I did obj CLS Maths dot, one thing you'll get is the extension method for the base class. I'm not calling that again. I'm more interested in the multiply and the add. And to do that, I'm going to do a console.writeLine. So obj CLS Maths dot add. And this takes two parameters, 10 and 5, let's say. And I'm going to also do a multiply. So what are the other method that I'm getting here? One is add. The second one is multiply. Right? That's the other method. I'm not worried about the extension method for the base class. So far, so good. All this concept is simple. No
Yes,
issues so far. All right. Now let's come back to the line that we said. We said if you add an extension method for an interface, it will also be available for the classes that implement the interface. So I'm going to now add an extension method for the interface. And to do that, I'm going to say public static int. The method I'm going to call is subtract. Remember, I'm not adding it inside that class. I'm adding it as an extension method. And what are the parameters to this? First parameter, what will it be? First parameter.
This.
This, carry on, correct? Very good.
And the data type.
This
In two parameters.
Or class
This,
name.
no, before that, first parameter will be what? First
Type.
parameter will be the type for which you are writing the extension method. So what is the type that we are writing it for? iMath operation. So this iMath operations OIM, and then yes, then the parameters to this. So which is what? Int A, comma, int B. These are the two things that you will have out there. Okay. And the code here is very simple. All that we're doing here is what? Return A minus B. That was not something that I need to teach you. This is what we've done. So what have we done now? We have added an extension method for an interface. And by adding an extension for a method for an interface, it will be available for all the classes that are implementing the interface. So the moment I've added for this, it will also be available for CLS Maths. And if I come down here, when I now try to do this, obj CLS Maths dot, you will also get to see subtract. You will also get to see subtract. And you can now call subtract as well. And this here was your extension method for the interface. And the code in there is simple. It's just doing a 10 minus 5. So you're basically adding methods to all classes that implement that interface. And these two fundas, these two particular fundas, what two fundas? If you add something for the base class, it is available for the derived class, one funda. Second one, if you add it for the interface, it is available for all classes that implement the interface, second funda. These two fundas are primarily what is going to be used in link. All right. Now, how they're going to be used, why you need to do that, what is link, how does link work, all of this we will see it in our next session. Okay. But for you to understand everything that's happening in link, you need to have tried out all these language features that we have done today, including what? Let me remind you, what was the last session? What did we start with? First was implicit variables. Secondly, anonymous types. Thirdly, partial classes, partial methods. And lastly, extension methods. So these are fundas that you will require in link. And that is why we had to do them first. Imagine me showing you all these fundas together in one line, in one statement, and asking you to now say, understand this. All these fundas together in one line, in one statement. And saying, okay, now this is a link query, let's understand how it works. You would have gone mad. You would have thrown something at me from the, with the Zoom session itself. So which is why we had to do them first. All right. All right. Any questions, any doubts, anything that you want to ask me? All right. So let me remind you what you need to do before you come in for the session on Sunday. Sunday, the session starts at 9 o'clock sharp in the morning. All right. I'm going to implement that rule which says that if you cannot make it for the session, you miss the rest of the module. Okay. So you better wake up early on Sunday. Don't party on Saturday night. Or even if you do party in moderation. If you want to learn about how to party, Rohan will tell you everything about it. Okay. So now, in the to-dos, I've given you small to-dos. I'm not giving you any major assignment. There is one to-do that I had given you with exceptions. I had not mentioned it, but when we did events, there is a to-do with events also. What are the to-do with events? To-do with events. What is that? Same thing that you did with exceptions. Instead of, take that employee class and instead of throwing an exception, you raise an event if the data was not valid. So try them out with both the options out there. These are the two things that we did earlier in the day. And then all these things that we tried later in the day, you just need to practice them well so that you know these concepts when I'm doing link. Other than that, there's no major assignment for you. If there are any pending assignments that need to be completed, please complete them. I will need you to know the code for collections well and the code for delegates well. Delegates, func, action, predicate, you should know them like the back of your hand. So tomorrow you have a nice break. Good for you. Nice break. Complete all the pending work and then we will continue on Sunday. All right. Bye-bye. See you. Happy coding.
Thank you,
Sir,
sir.
Yes.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, sir.
sir,
Thank you,
yesterday
sir.
you said you'll upload a document having the link to some articles. Sir, but that article wasn't there, sir, the Excel file.